Oh no, where are my horse ears? Hang on, something's amiss here. Hang on. Uma EG is not here. What happened? Why'd they go away? I had ears. Also, hi! I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator, and I am here to horse around. But my ears are gone! I had them like 30 seconds ago. I wonder if something reset. When I reloaded the scene, here's one. Here's the other. There we go. Now I'm properly prepared for today. Sorry about that. That was a huge fumble on my part. Man, that can't set the tone for today. No fumbling today. No losing our races. We're going to win. And I come to you today better equipped than I was last time because let me tell you a secret. I may have or may not have downloaded the Musume game between the last time we did crits and now. I have no clue what I'm doing. I don't have the foggiest idea what's going on. I'm just clicking buttons, and I have scheduled myself time this evening to watch, Jenkin Palm has made a, tutorial on how to, actually prepare your horses as a stream, and I have scheduled a chunk of my time tonight to watch that. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so confused, but the designs are really cute, and, I just want to know what's going on. Squiddy's downloaded it, we won. This is a really unusual thing for me, right? So, very, very strange move for Squiiji. I have never downloaded one of the games that we talk about for design crits, other than if I need them because I want to use it to look at the 3D models. Which, honestly, Musume, the renders they have of the 3D models are fine. We don't need to rotate them in space. It will be okay. But I did download this one, not entirely because of, but partially because I just know so many people who are having fun with it. And can I tell you something? Let me tell you something. Come here. Do you want to know the strangest conversation I've had this week? The oddest conversation I've had this week. So I hung out with my little sister on Tuesday, innit? I hung out with my little sister. We were playing Paper Mario together because both of us are the kind of people where we won't play a game if we're alone. So I have to sit there with her so that she'll play it because I also won't play it. So well, I sit there and hang out with her while she plays it. But while we were in the game, while we were playing Paper Mario, she paused her thing and she was like, wait, hang on, I have to check a game. Can you guess what game my little sister's playing? So completely out of left field for her. This is unheard of. My sister has never touched a gacha game before. My sister was not a horse girl. The closest she comes is to any of this making sense is that she did watch anime when she was in middle school and high school, but I don't think she has watched anime since. And she likes a couple of K-pop groups, but she likes BTS, she likes Stray Kids, and I think she likes P1 Harmony, and I think that is it. Where in the world did she find out about this? She wouldn't tell me, which low-key makes me think maybe one of her friends is into it. I don't know. She was being really goofy about it, and I was like, girl, I'm a VTuber. I am an anime character on the internet. I look like the characters in your game for the job that I do. Why are you being weird about this? I am probably the person in our family who would be the most normal about finding out you're playing an anime horse girl game. So she was like, you want to play it with me? Would you play it with me? Because no one else is playing it with me. I was like, sure, I'll play it with you. I have no clue what I'm doing. She doesn't really have all that much of an idea of what she's doing either. I think she just likes their outfits, maybe, also. I don't know, but yeah. Retro CED and Lumen2D, thank you for following, and let's go! Follower goal! Yippee! The shroom state grows. The tendrils of mycelium reach even further corners of the globe. Our expansion will never be ceased. I say in a vaguely menacing tone while I have very cute pigtails and horse ears on. I feel whenever I try and be ever so slightly menacing, it's perplexing because I'm just it's the little angry kitten or something. I'm so little and endearing. Doesn't really work for me to be, wow, in any way scary. Whole family getting into horse betting. Honestly, if they release, let me tell you, if they released a heavy metal horse girl, do they have one? I don't know if they do. If they had a horse girl who was a metal singer for it, Shroom Father would be on top of that. Do you know who Shroom Father, Fungi Father adores? He loves baby metal. he would be on top of that immediately. He'd be like, hell yeah, you go, girl. So my mom would never play it because my mother has never played a video game in her life and prefers to keep it that way, which is crazy. But Fungi Father would be in. Yeah. T-pose, is that you, cutely? Wait, I have an idea. Hang on. I have an idea. Wait, hang on. Let me stay here in T-pose. I need to do something. Hang on. This? Can I clone that? Yeah, thanks. Hang on. I'm doing something evil. Ignore what I'm doing. Hang on. Wait. Hang on. Wait. I got this. Yeah, move this out of the way. What if... Hang on, why can't I move it? Hello? Please let me move this. Why can't I move it? Oh wait, I did, hang on. What is happening? Why is one of my pigtails gone? No, I lost my pigtail. Hang on, I'm screwing things up by trying to do something goofy. I was gonna attach Miku's pigtail to my butt as a tail. Where's Miku? Where are my Miku toggles? Did I screw this all up? I may have. Oh, yeah, for some reason. Hang on. Show. There we go. Got it. And now this one I'll move. Actually, I don't even need those ones anymore. I don't know why I just turned them on, because we're no longer Miku. But hang on. Turn those off. This one. Why can't I move it? Nope. Hang on. 0 for position. Yep. Very good. Actually, maybe not. Maybe 0 is not the right position for this. This needs to be on my hips. Thanks. Put everything at 0 and see if it'll let me move things. Mythic! Thank you for subscribing! Welcome back for 9 months! Woohoo! Going full horse girl? Yeah. You know it's going to be good when the scuff hits. Yes, hang on. I have to do this. I have to see this through. Why is Vignon? There we go, hang on. It like wasn't letting me move this for some reason. Hang on, stand up straight, EG. Yep, good. Nope, hang on, yep. Good, rotate it, please. Can we get a little rotation? Just a little. I think it needs to rotate on this axis? Oh no, I gotta move it again. Hang on, is that right? Yeah, why is it like crooked though? Hang on. Please be upright. There we go. It's also way too big, probably. Oh my god, hang on. Stop torturing me. Everything is happening. I'm short, so it's gonna make placing this, like, not right. And the scale of it is also not right as a result. Hang on, I'm almost there. I'm so close. There. Hang on, wait. Yeah. Does it move with me? Yeah, there we go. Look at me, I'm a little horse. What the hell is happening? I decided that I wanted to have a tail is what is happening. Playing pin the tail on the EG, it is really long. It won't be as long once I have full height back, because right now I'm short because I'm gonna make an educated guess and say it was Riraku who shrunk me. Actually wrong, lies. False, it was Amber. Amber shrunk me. There we go. No one could race behind you. Yeah, I'm using blinding tactics. I'm gonna blind them with my lovely tail. There we go. I might need to be just a little shorter. Let me see. Let's type some funny numbers in here and see if I can make it just like slightly not as crazy in size. Did that affect anything? No. Keep width. We need it to be wide. Is that width? Yeah. Keep that. Is X height? Can I make this like a 2? No, not that one. I don't know what direction anything is. Thank you for rotating my head. Hang on. Nope, that's not right either. I would like that to stay big. It has to be this one. Hang on. If I put another 0, did that change anything? Did that make it shorter? No. I don't know what any of these dimensions are. This one has to stay the way it was. I might not be able to fix it. It might just have to stay like this. It might just have to be an astronomically long tail. Which of these is it? Is it this? Yes, it is that. That's too much. Hang on. I put like a 4 here. Nope. 3. We're doing a little bit of live work here. I wish I would have thought of this before I went live, because that would have been really smart and cool, but that's okay. I'm not always smart and cool. Therefore, you don't have to be either, don't worry. There we go. That's a little bit more manageable as a tail length. I'm still, like, not the right size. What has happened? Fix me. Can I go back to normal? Oh no, I'm just really far away, I guess. Hello. You're not gonna even be able to see this, I feel like, most of the time. Oh, now I can't even move. What's happening? Hello? Hi. I did that, and now you're not gonna be able to see it, huh? You're gonna have to make me T-pose a bunch during the stream so we can see it. Anyways, so, point is, I have played the game. No, I don't have a favorite girl. Wow! Yeah, I guess if you throw me, you can also see the tail. Thank you. I'll accept tossing just today. Yeah, I'm the mush horse. Ow. Throwing things at me does not make my tail visible, so I won't accept that, however. Pushy. Hope you include Agnes, Tachyon. Wow! So, today, the fellas that we are planning to look at, guaranteed, for the most part, are Rice Shower, Haru Urara, Mayano Top Gun, Mejiro McQueen, Symboli Rudolph, Daiwa Scarlet, if we have time, because we might. Last week I was really locked in, and we had time. Agnes, Tachyon, and Tokai Teio. That's theoretically the game plan. So it may be, we may get to Agnes. Potentially, theoretically. If we're good and if we pay attention, we might. She seems really popular. People seem to be very into her. Did she just like release recently in global? Or are people just fans, I guess, potentially? She seems interesting. Because of a movie. Oh, okay, I see. Okay. She's cool and unhinged. Oh, weren't we saying in Arknights, people love a slightly unhinged girl. People love that. Also, I gotta fix, why am I like looking off to the side right now? There we go. That's more correct. She calls it her guinea pig. Oh, that's her. I have seen her on Twitter also. She's the one who keeps talking about like experimenting on you, I guess? Question mark, maybe? That could be it. One of the main characters in the movie. Ah, yeah, love of chaotic girls in fiction. Yeah, not so much in real life. I would say that crazy, insane girlies IRL probably don't have the same allure as a girl who could theoretically wreck you in a game, but can't actually physically cause you any amount of downfall in real life. I don't need someone doing weird experiments on me. I've already been there. We don't need to go back to that. Anyways, quick housekeeping. I'm supposed to be cozy G. I'm like not being cozy. Cozy G. Quick housekeeping. Hey, guess what? There's new emotes. If you were here yesterday, people got to vote on some new potential emotes, and I made a bunch of them. There's a lot. There's like a number of good new ones. Yeah, Hoshi's got one. We've got Shroommates trapped in ad jail, so you can or I guess just jailed when you guys are being bad and naughty shrooms. Bad shrooms, jail for 100 years. We also have, we do have Rubric's Cube, which I hope will be spammed when we look at the rubric. So that is there. That does exist, yeah. That's the Rubric's Cube. We have Eyeball Look At Thing. Hoshi has posted it there for when I am looking at something and I go, oh, I see. And then we also have Jubby. Jubby is the like sleigh hand gesture. I showed Jubby it. It's like a pretty good caricature of Jubby, I feel like. I got the hair quite right. Of all the things we could use to represent my beloved partner who comes in here for just a little chaos, I feel like this is exactly the brand of chaos that Jubby is here for. It's so good. Jubby thought it was so funny. I was sending them pictures of it. We had a hard time picking out an outfit for it because I was originally gonna put them in their weird like Crusader Knight outfit, but it was just too confusing as an emote and it didn't read, so we just went for the stock standard. Jubby wears a lot of like dark t-shirts under things, so I was like, all right, simplify it, make it easier. Yeah. And then while I was on stream, I made Bald EG. That one is the only one I finished on stream, but I did other ones off stream. Was that all of them? Oh, and we have Art Tax. Also as an emote, but it is like almost completely illegible. So I may modify it. I may swap the text on it for just like a palette or something with a question mark, because that might read a little better from a distance. We'll see though, but yes, jail. Jail for 1,000 years for the shroommates. Or just tax. It could just say tax maybe, but that might be really confusing to raid into someone and they start demanding you pay taxes. Although I guess me demanding art tax isn't that less strange on some level, right? I fear sometimes I come on a little strong with that, where I immediately like warp in close to my face and I'm like, hey, come here. Let me snoop, I wanna know what you were doing. Like, I do feel bad if I accidentally intimidate people, but God, I hope that that is not the case. And I feel like if it just says tax, that might be a little strange, but maybe for clarity's sake, it does just need to say tax. I don't know. Funny though, yeah, pay your tithes to the shroom state. The kingdom needs more contributions to its granary. We are running out. You'd be surprised. Mushrooms go through a lot of substrate. We pay your tithes, please. What about one for Papa Shroom with how many times we talk about him? Fungi Father? I have a drawing of Fungi Father that we use for, like, it's just the, oh, what are they called? The Irisutoya? I have an Irisutoya edit of Fungi Father, but I guess we could have one for him. We could have Shroom Fam emotes if we would like, but I will say we only have 5 non-animated emotes left, and animating emotes is a lot of work. So I may have to change some of the non-animated emotes into animated emotes, so that way we can have more space for non-animated emotes in some way. Does that make any sense? I think I only have 5 slots left for non-animated stuff. And like, some things just don't need to be animated, so we'll see. Oh, I did forget, there is one more. There's one more! Really important emote that I added. Can you find it? There's one more really important one. Really important to me as a person because I am a disaster. Also, thank you for beverage. I will take a sip. Yeah, that's the one. That is the important one. Jail is not that important. Jail is cool, but keys. Now you can jostle. Now you can jostle and jingle keys at me, and they're custom keys to the shroom state. They're keys that are designed for us. Probably it's hard to tell because they're so small, but the gold key has like a mushroom-shaped like hole in the top that the carabiner goes through, and then not carabiner, jump ring. And then the back key is kind of like gloopy. It has some like dangly bits on it. Yeah. You can definitely just make them as still gifs. They're technically animated, but not really. I could, or I could make things more work for myself and add more polish to the emotes. I am currently animating another emote. I'm animating the note-taking one, and I've made it way more intense than it needs to be. I totally could have just done 2 frames of looking up with pencil, then look down.
If it spoke the king's English and the fiendish devil had the nerve to say nay.
Oh man, is the fiendish horse? Yeah, the fiendish horse. He said nay. That's okay. I don't speak the king's English either, apparently, Gary. We need horse? Why? I don't think that would be relevant. Someone boost Sensei's Discord server? You can do it if you want. ! Discord boosts it if you were intrigued. Man, I don't speak the king's English either. Maybe I really am a horse. Horse EG redeem? You know, sure, I could just make that as a regular redeem where it toggles these ears and the tail. Horse redeem. That'd be easy enough to make. I could do that. Oh, but I am making the emote for taking notes. I'm making it way more intense than it needs to be. I could have just done 2 frames of look up, pencil up, look down, pencil down. It could have just been that, but no, we have now blinking, we've got head motion, I have like scribbling motion, the pad moves. What's wrong with me? I have too much hubris. I'm like, well, why attempt doing something if I'm not going to sink like 17 more hours into it than necessary? It wouldn't be me if I didn't do that, right? But but I do take it as an opportunity where, because I'm between big projects now, I have time between consultations and I can just be like, let's animate eye blink. I love animating eye blinks. Shroommates, if you want to learn animation, simple 4-frame eye blink, there's like a couple of variations you can make of it. beautiful, fantastic baby's first animation thing to do. It's so nice. It feels so rewarding. It's so cute. It adds so much life to things. It's so good. Honestly, I was like low-key gonna do it for all of my art fight attacks, and then I was like, maybe not. But yeah. Want to learn how to animate? I will show you. There is one very specific Twitter post that has made it possible. This is all it took. Animation made no sense to me. 2D animation specifically. I can 3D animate. But 2D animation, the entirety of it making sense was completely elucidated to me in one pixel art explanation of eye blinks. I will send it to you. Here, have it. This is how I'm figuring it out. This taught me what I needed to understand about timing, because I was not figuring it out, and about holds or about exaggeration and overshooting just a little bit. Using the principles of this one single Twitter post, I have been able to figure out how to animate everything, depending on whether I want it to be smooth, emphasized, exaggerated, or sharp, pretty much. It works. So, if you need that, there it is. Can you post it on the Discord? I can. I'm gonna stick it in live suggestions right now, but we can stick it somewhere else later. Just so that I don't lose it and so you have access to it for now. For now. Where's live suggestions? There it is. Bam. Okay, so with that in mind, I think it is time that we get us started here. Let's get it started. Hot. Oh wait, I shouldn't sing that song. I've been horrified to find out that those are not the original lyrics to that song. True Mom had that song as her ringtone for most of my life, with the clean version of the song. I say clean. With the not totally rude version of the song. Turns out they're not saying started in the original version of that song. Black Eyed Peas, what is wrong with you? Like, that's crazy. But every time I hear that song, like, I think of my mother, and I never knew that that was like what was going on until Jubby broke the news to me that that's not the original version of the song, literally like 2 years ago. Ugh, they're not. No, they're not. Think of an unpleasant word that rhymes with that, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a Black Eyed Peas sensei. I guess. I'm gonna give him black eye for that one, if I'm being so real with you. It's not, nope, not fart. Not true. Whoa, Amber, did you not know that either? Were you not aware? It's a bad one indeed? Yeah, it is. It is a bad one indeed. We're not gonna repeat it, but it is just sad to know that. Yes, it is the aforementioned word that starts with an R, unfortunately. But I love the innocence of the Shroomates that you guys immediately went to farted. We're just a bunch of kids at heart, aren't we, huh? With our potty humor instead of going for what it actually is. Yeah, that's true. Anyways, let's get to disclaimers and things like that. We're going to be doing character design critiques of the Musume designs. And I just have to say right up front, hi, I'm Squiiji. I do character design. I have also taught character design at the university level. I am not the end-all be-all. I am not the final decision or opinion on anything that I talk about here. This is just one funny little shroom horse's opinions and thoughts on things. I will try my best to be as unbiased as possible, and for that reason I have a rubric, so that way we can be as objective as we can. But there are going to be things I miss, for sure, because despite the fact that I am now playing the game, I didn't know this game existed until like 3 weeks ago. I am not the most well-versed in this universe, but I've done some research. I'm trying my best to figure out what's going on. But there will be things I miss, which you are welcome to let me know kindly in the YouTube comments in the future. I do like learning things, and I did pull some stuff from the YouTube comments from last time that was really helpful. So thank you to the fellows who gave me little tidbits about some of the horses, some of the, like, I guess, like, fun facts or little Easter eggs that I hadn't noticed. It's good. I love to see it. Not you guys chanting that song in my chat with with new lyrics now also. Hang on, I gotta do my disclaimers. I also have to figure out where the heck my rubric is because for some reason it's not open. Hello, rubric Chan. We're using Horse Chan rubric again by Inner Critic because it's just too topical not to. But what are my other disclaimers? What disclaimers do I usually make about this? Hang on, I've forgotten. I usually have them memorized. I can't recall. I'll put us where the rubric is at least, so I can at least look at that and you guys can do cubes. What? not joining any groups? What do you mean groups? What do you mean by that? I don't know what you mean. Also, have I pulled any 3 stars? No. Not for lack of trying. No, I have not. I don't want to talk about it. I have bad luck, I've told you. The only game that I have any luck in is Uno, so it's I just not doing well. Is it discovered to pull until we get Kita-san Black? That's actually what I was trying to do, and I have not been successful, and I've gotten nothing so far. I have actually received nothing of any particular use so far. Guess what my sister has? My sister has Kita-san Black! My sister got Kita-san Black in like a ridiculously low number of pulls also. Like, she literally, I think, spent like 15 minutes just like being like, all right, here's one, here's another, but like, I think she only did like, what, like 6 of like the like group pool things or something? Maybe even less than that. I saw people crashing out. Yeah, she got it before Pity. I saw people absolutely crashing out because it took so many for them to get it. I don't actually know what the Pity is for it, out of the top of my head, but she did not require it. Yeah, gacha games are never on my side. If you guys remember my time with Honkai Star Rail, good God, I got hard pitied and also got infinite Sampo. 200 pulls. Jenkin dropped 20k and got nothing? Oh no! Oh God! Oh lordy. I got her after hitting max pity full 200. Yeah, no, my sister got nowhere near that. I would be willing to say that she may have only done like 50 or less. Like, I can text her and ask her how many it took her, but that's why I was crashing out, because I did the same number as her, which may have also been 50, and I got literally nothing. I didn't get a single, like, nothing. 30k carrots is, oh, okay, 200 pools. Yeah, definitely not nearly that much. I don't think she spent anywhere close to that. I think she spent 5k, if I'm remembering. Something like that closer, lordy. Anyways, we gotta focus. We can't just talk about the game. We gotta talk about the characters. What are my usual disclaimers? I can't remember the top of my head. So we are gonna start with the rubric at least, while I try and recall all the things I wanted to say about this game in particular. Not $5,000, 5,000 carrots. No, not dollars. My sister did not spend any real money. Hey, hope you enjoy your menacingly levitating ears now and see that they do form a full shape on the bottom edge. Here's Uma Rubric-chan. Time to look at the rubric's cubes. Yes, I am bald, it's true. I know, you don't have to mock me, it's fine. Bald is an emotion, and that emotion looks like this. Or she get the warning at that amount of spend? Oh lordy. They have a warning? That's terrifying that they even need it. So, this is our rubric, which we use to grade designs. So that way we can be as objective and unbiased as possible. It is impossible to fully, completely negate bias in every way, shape, and form, but we do our best as we can. This is a personification of our rubric-chan designed by Inner Critic. Look at her, she's so cute, she's a horse girl! She's perfect for today, isn't she? She's so endearing. It's so endearing, it's very good. So, on the rubric, a design can get a maximum of 10 points out of 10. There's 3 bonus categories, but I've never given points away in those categories for anything other than VTuber designs, because it feels weird giving those to corporations, potentially, in some way. Yes, I do have 4 ears. Please don't look at my extra ears. I can't toggle these ones off. Stop looking at them. Oh, I can't even hide them with my hand tracking. Don't look. I'm gonna read my rubric like this now because you made me aware. So, to get full points in color palette, the color palette needs to be cohesive, interesting, and well executed. The contrast should work at a distance. If I have to slap a design with a ton of color layers to make the colors visually work well together, or if they're having low contrast issues, then no points. To get full points in silhouette, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. Think about Mario, think about Sonic. We can identify them just based on silhouette alone, and not even just when we're looking at them in the context of their own game. Anime-styled characters can and should still benefit from something like this. It should still happen. I can pick the Korra out of a lineup of any anime character ever, because she has really good silhouette. All anime-style characters should have this. If a character design has a silhouette that is non-distinct, blob-like, or otherwise just does not have enough distinction, no points. For complexity versus clarity to get full points, the model should be well-balanced in terms of level of detail. There should be good amount of detail. You should be a design that is plushifiable, which I believe a lot of the Umas have been made into very simplified merch, and I've seen some very cute chibi like plushies of them, so I believe they are considering that quite well in the scope of this game. And generally, I've been pretty pleased with the level of detail of these characters. A lot of anime-styled games tend to go for more detail equals more better. Hang on, come on, hands, stay right here, please. I'm not listening to you, la 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 la. A lot of anime-styled games tend to go for more detail equals more better. And I don't think that that's a very sound design philosophy all the time, because sometimes less is more. And I think that this game is benefiting from it. Oh, my hands are too small, I can't cover now. Okay, you just gotta ignore it. Oh, my hair's back, thanks. There we go. Anyways, focal points. In order to get full points for focal points, they should be well executed. The primary focal point should be the face. I hear the argument, because I did hear it in my comments often from the last time we talked about them. I understand that their outfits should be flashy, because that is how we will visually identify them at a distance. Oh wow, I'm a completely different person now. No ears for you. They took all my polys, sorry. I do understand the claim that they should be identifiable at a distance, because we need to determine which one is which, you know, when they're running in the race. And that's totally fine. They can have super flashy clothing, but their face should still be important. Their face should still be treated with just as much prominence as their clothing is. If at a distance, you know, their face kind of fuzzes out and it becomes not as focal anymore, that's totally fine. That is okay if their outfit is the thing that lets you identify who they are from a distance. But if we are looking at them at a scale where we can see, you know, their full body, they're taking up most of the screen, or, you know, in a half body, we should be looking them in the eye. We should be looking them in the face, theoretically. So, focal points. You will get no points for focal point if the face isn't even, like, vaguely a consideration as a focal point. Yeah. So, then, also, concept and motifs. The concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with some supportive motifs. What this means in the context of Musume is that I should be able to tell they're a horse, which we're not gonna have any trouble with at all, and that within this game's like context and their design philosophy, I should be able to see the clear references to the jockeys and the real-life horses in the designs themselves. Sometimes this also includes making references to their names or what their namesake comes from. We'll see that with Top Gun today, which I think is a really funny overlap here. So we'll see that. If somebody who watches IRL horse racing, who actually watches the real horses race and is familiar with them, would have no clue who the horse in Uma Musume is based on, that's a problem. That's when we're gonna start having the 0 points category come into play. But I don't actually think that's a case. I would say generally, the artists do a very good job of conveying the concepts just kind of universally. There's not a ton to work from, you know, they tend to incorporate the jockeys' uniform colors, maybe a couple of key features about the horse, like their coat color, whether they have a blaze or not. Sometimes they have the funny little one foot's one color, one foot's the other. And then just generally some personality traits based on like their namesake or what they were known for. And then they can kind of work creatively within those types of elements. I think they generally do a pretty good job with it. The other thing that's important also is we should be able to determine things about the horse's personality potentially through the way that they look. And I will say, seeing the anime designs of a couple of them since my stream last time has made it clear to me that I feel like the 3D might actually be holding them back a little bit. Goldship's face in the anime, I feel like is so much better for her personality. She looks so much more like devious, and I love that they made her face really long for it. And looking at the anime, they have a lot more, I would say like their faces are a lot more distinct from each other. They have a little bit more same face syndrome in the game, which I'm going to guess is probably because they're using a similar head base or something, I would imagine. I do know that some of the anime designs are a little bit whack. I have seen that also, but I do appreciate the variety that they went for with the face shapes in it, because they're not as similar to each other as they are in the game. Like, they all more or less have the same mouth and nose position in the game, which is a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, and it does depend on the anime though, so I might actually not know which anime it is, but I keep seeing clips of Gold Ship more or less torturing Mejiro, I think it is. And it is, Gold Ship's face proportioning is much more interesting to me. Yeah, McQueen. Much more interesting to me than the way that it was done for this game. Yeah, Mejiro McQueen, sorry, it is probably McQueen. I forget that there's more than one of all of them. Whoopsie. There's a video of a Japanese man who watched horse racing for 40 years, trying to guess which horse was which Uma. It was cute. How was his success? Was he successful with it? Because I imagine he'd probably be pretty good at it if you are if you are familiar with those horses and what their jockeys look like. Love to watch that. Yeah, honestly, if you have that, I would be intrigued to see it. If you would drop that in the live suggestions in the Discord, I would be intrigued to see what it is. You have an anime question from ReZero. I don't know anything about ReZero. I am not the person to ask. I think that's the first season, which came out before the game. Ooh, interesting. Okay, I see. One where McQueen was jumping over and failing as soon as there was food? No. It was one where Gold Ship got something in her eye, I think? I don't know. He knew too many horses and had to take a couple guesses with hints because he thought of too many. Oh, I guess there probably are potentially a lot of overlapping like jockey colors and stuff like that that I guess could probably make that a little more challenging, I guess. But if, you know, he could see it in the end, I guess that would matter also. Much that one, he guessed the horses quite well. Okay, noted. That's good to know. Gold Ship terrorizing her gran. Oh no. I know that there are, we're gonna look today. Is it Tokai Teio, who is the kid of, is it Rudolph? Symboli Rudolph? She's the kid of someone, or is it her? One of them is the kid of someone else, which I think is a very funny dynamic to have in this game, where it's like, technically this is my son, and this is the father, but they are both girls of the same age in a game. So, anyways, we can get started. If I think of what are my other disclaimers, roommates? What do I usually say in my own defense? So that people don't try and swing at me with bats. They don't try and attack me with hammers for the grievous, unkind statements that they think I'm making about their beloved horses. Nothing I say is out of malice or hatred. Most of the stuff I say is very, neutral. I want to like them. I'm rooting for the success of every design. You can beat me. Okay, so never mind. You're not actually gonna help me defend myself. You're just gonna beat me with a bat yourself, I guess. Subjective? I mean, yeah, everything that I say is going to be in some manner probably tainted in some way by what my experiences, but I try and be as unbiased and objective as I can. If I fail to do so, you are welcome to let me know. Just be nice about it, please, or I'll cry. That's a threat. It's okay, we did it first. Thank you, okay. It won't hurt as much the next time. I will grow a thick skull from being bonked. Tokai is Rudolph's biggest fan in the game. Oh, that's cute. Ow! Ow! Hey! Hey. Just say that if you disagree, catch me at the Costco parking lot. No! I have a black belt in Northern Shaolin Kung Fu, and that would be ridiculously unfair to whoever my combatant would be. Like, yeah, you really don't know what you're signing up for, because you are signing up to lose, unfortunately. The meet me out back, dangerous. These hands are registered with law enforcement. It's not really smart for me to be doing that either. Your combatant will have a gun? Great. Me too. Great. What now? I promise I'm a good shot. I'm from Appalachia. You can't stop me. I challenge you to a horse race if you say anything mean about my Uma. That's fine, you might win that because I don't know what the hell I'm doing in this game. Yeah, we'll duel at high noon. If you have any complaints about me as a person that aren't things that are being said constructively and with kind correction at heart, then we will duel at high noon. It is fine. Oh, and I guess my other disclaimer, yeah, thank you for reminding me, Ked. Or was it Ked? No, Blue P. Is that I am a little more critical of Uma Musume than I am of other gachas because often I feel like I am grasping at straws and I'm trying to give certain games as many points as I can. Just because generally they have some overarching problems, but because Uma Musume tends to be on the stronger end of gacha character design, I can be a little harsher and a little more nitpicky about their designs. So don't go looking at my other previous videos of the games that I have critiqued the characters of and being like, Gold Ship only got a 7, but I don't even know. What's his psychic damage from Genshin Impact? What was his name? I don't remember what his name is already. Any character from Genshin Impact got a 7? Are you really saying they're the same? I'm not. Each rating stays within the universe of that game. Like, Tainari. I think Tainari got like a 7 also, something like that. Each rating stays within the universe, and I tend to be a little bit both harsher and kinder on the second day of crits once I'm more comfortable in that universe also, potentially. Yeah, there's between AP course and regular course. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, curved grading, potentially. Don't forget Pirate. Oh, I want to forget, Lance. I want to forget Pirate Kaya. I don't want to think about them ever again if I can help with it. If I could ever, I would purge it from my mind. Anyways, I think that's all the disclaimers I want to make. Anyways, let's look at Rice Shower. Oh, I did forget something. I was supposed to turn the backgrounds dark. Let me do that. Weep, whap, wham, whap. Hi, Rice Shower. Let me do this for everyone real quick. Preview. Look, it's everybody. Also, thank you to everybody who had suggested the fact that they do, in fact, on the wiki, have photos of the horse. I don't know how the hell I missed that last week. Like, honestly, embarrassing move for me, but now we won't have any horse imposters. These are all horses that are confirmed to be the correct horse by the wiki. So, no more imposters like we had for Kita-san. Black. There we go. Also, I did see, someone did mention that on one of the wikis, the non-fandom one, which is the one I was using anyway, they did have particular notes about some of the design things that they were accounting for in the character design process that were elucidated in a, like a book that was released that might have been about character design to begin with. So I did peruse that kind of briefly after I wrote down my cold reads of the character designs, and it didn't really contain anything other than things that might be more so considered trivia that I wasn't already visually getting from the designs. So I do think that that is A, good, that I don't need to read about what's happening in the character design. I can see it all working myself, but it is nice getting just like the little bits of extra tidbit information things where like Rice Shower was called the Assassin. I didn't know that. Rice Shower was called the Assassin, so she has a knife. So that makes sense of her accessory to me, right? That checks out. And then also this band, I'm guessing, because it's cutting diagonally across her dress and is brown, I'm gonna guess that that is the reference point to the almost sash-like brown shape on her jockey's jersey. So by elucidating this to me, what that means as far as an accessory is, it also helped me figure out, oh, okay, this is also probably trying to mirror something on her jockey. So, but we'll just walk through real quick all the things I was noticing about her, and then we can talk silhouette and all of my usual categories. So, first off, she is one of the designs that I think deviates quite a bit from the colors of the jockey, but they're doing it to establish mood, and all they've really done is just darkened the colors and desaturated them a little bit. So her sleeves are red, the jockey sleeves are red, the primary color of the palette is blue, like a navy or dark blue. She slanted a little more purple, I think because they were trying to aim for just a little bit more of a, I don't want to say depressed aesthetic. That's like a very sad way of putting that, but she feels a little bit more solid. Is that what I'm looking for? What is the word I'm looking for? She feels, my English language words are failing me. Oh no, moody. Moody is one of the words I want. Gothic, just a little. Moody is good. That's a good word to describe it. Because yeah, her story is a little bit sad, and I did unfortunately read a little bit about her. We won't get too into the details. Don't read about it if you don't want to be sad about horses at 3:30 p.m. on a Thursday. Yeah, hated her because they ain't her also. But her colors were slanted a little more moody to sort of match the, I guess, general tale about her, which is a sad one in some ways. So I can understand their choice in the color modification. There was something about blue roses that I can't remember what was and why that was tied to her specifically, but as far as color design goes, it also just makes sense to fit the color palette also. Blue roses feel a little bit more also moody than a red rose might. Red roses are love and beauty and all of those things, and a blue rose feels a little bit more sad. The floral language, yeah, it could be. Why isn't she even neck? She does. She's just looking down, and she has a fluffy around her neck. We'll get to that. So, pointing out things that I see coming from her jockey cross also doesn't always wear these blue socks, so it makes sense that she's not wearing them here, if that's not a thing that she was known for wearing. But for the jockey's uniform, yeah, red sleeves, blue primary palette, and then she has the sash, sort of in the form of her knife. I feel like I saw somewhere, this pattern was somewhere in some way, but I can't remember if that was the wrong thing. I think it's challenging dreams and overcoming obstacles. Oh, is the floral language for blue roses? That would be interesting. Solid snake. Why are we talking about snake? Snake? Snake! I don't know how Snake feels about horses. I know it's kind of weird. Why does she have that? Doesn't really fit the rest? What doesn't fit the rest? I don't know what you mean. But, so, I see all the references that they were intending to make conceptually. I don't think they missed anything here. It all checks out to me. I do maybe wish that there was something being done about the way brown is working in her palette right now, because I am having clarity trouble. Where, yes, it looks like she just doesn't have a neck at all from any distance, because her little neck fluffy, her ruffle, is so close in color or in value to the shading color back here. Like, if I were to draw them next to each other, these are almost identical values. And the only difference between them is just a little bit of hue. And this is something that maybe could be fixed if they were to do some normal editing, because I think really all it needs is this bright edge just needs to continue around as like a rim light almost. That way we can make out that this is something she's wearing around her neck and it's not part of her hair. Although actually I think this back here might still be part of it. But I am just having a clarity issue with that. And then similarly with like the trim around the edges of her body, or edges of her shoulder, and then her tail also. I'll have a different undertone. They do already have a different undertone. I mean, this is still pretty warm compared to this, but maybe this could be shifted a little bit cooler and that would also maybe help. Let me just try that. Let's come down into like here. Color. Let's see. More blue. What if it was blue? This being warm is not really helping it to stand out against this at all. It already is standing out just fine, but maybe if I do this, it'll make it stand out more against where her hair is there too, potentially. Let's see, did that help? I feel like that actually did. I feel like that's making it clearer. And then similarly down here, these things could also be slanted a little bit cooler, so that way her tail is a little bit clearer on her. Tip I always follow is turning the characters gray so I can see which colors mix together. Yeah, we could do that for a clarity test. Honestly, we haven't done that in a while. I used to do it a lot just to show if we're having issues with contrast. But the thing is, sometimes contrast doesn't tell us the whole story, where I haven't really made these things darker or lighter. Because what that does when you turn things just black and white is that's only giving you the part of the puzzle that is value contrast. Color contrast, honestly, can go a really long ways to differentiating the edges of items. Honestly, even if her shoes were maybe a little bit cooler, they might be clearer. It's just one part of it. It can be sort of helpful in getting started when you think something might be kind of off, but it doesn't fully solve things. I think that adds just a little more clarity for me, potentially. Made peking soup from a can. Oh, canned soup? Let me tell you something odd. Chubby has never had Italian wedding soup out of anything other than a can, and my Italian family, despite being aghast at this, has never taken the opportunity to make him that. Oh, hello? I just jiggled the doorknob to my front door. Hello? How odd. Okay, familiar. What if she had red shoes? It'd be too similar to the socks, though. I don't think red shoes would be the move, because that would make her feet really focal and distracting, which I don't think would be the move. Be the one to make some form. Here's the thing, I'm vegetarian. If I made, I mean, I guess I could, but if I make Italian wedding soup, I don't make meatballs. I don't tend to touch meat very often. I guess I could make myself we could make vegetarian Italian wedding soup, but my other secret is I'm not very good at making it. My family is much better at it, and I just haven't done it in so long. Maybe. Never had it. What is it? It's little meatballs suspended in liquid that also contains greens and a couple other things. I can't think off the top of my head of it. And I think that it's like, not orzo, but another one of those like little tiny pastas that is suspended in it. Fake Italian, I am, not knowing off the top of my head what Italian wedding soup contains. Also fake Italian that I am, my family, as the immigrants they are, does not pronounce the egg pancakes that you put with it properly at all. We call them scrapels, and I think they're called scarapelles? Might be wrong about that. We call them scrapels, and that's like totally not right. I have found out. I got mocked. I took an art history course that was about food, and my like very, very much more Italian than me professor was like, what are you on about? But anyways, rice shower. We can do the saturation test where we go whoop, layer, new correction layer, like this, and we just yoink all the saturation out of her. Which I mean does elucidate that she is only 1 or 2 values. She's very slanted into the darker end of the value scale. And it is surprising to me actually looking at this how much clarity there is on her design, despite the fact that all of her values are so similar. Her hair and her hat is more or less exactly the same value. Most of her is around the same value, which is kind of to be expected when you're looking at when you're looking at the designs that intend to be more moody or a little more gothic. But I think the color is what's clarifying so much of it, where the color contrast of the hat is enough against the hair despite being the same value. And then similarly, like a couple of the other color variations are what makes things as clear as they are. But it's not quite there. We need a little bit more variation maybe in the color undertones to clarify her collar. It may have made more sense. I saw somebody say that they thought her little collar might make more sense if it was treated as lace. And I could potentially agree to that. I like the shape that it's adding, where it's adding some nice rounded shapes to her, but it's not repeated anywhere else. And the lace is already something that is repeated throughout the design as a motif. So it might benefit her to have in that area again. They could even like repeat her sleeve pattern with something red and black in that neck area. And that would help make her face more focal also. But speaking of focal point, please resist calling her Rice Krispie. I don't think that is... She's not crispy. She's nice and round and circular and friend-shaped in all of her shape language. She does have a little bit of some pointy shapes coming from her lace and her hair and her ears, but she's overwhelmingly very round in her shape language. So she's not crispy, okay? As far as focal point goes, because I did start to talk about that, her face is making a pretty good attempt at being the focal point. She doesn't have a lot of really bright values in her design because she is so moody. So by her face being the biggest, brightest part of the design, it's pretty focal. It's pretty hard to look away from. And then secondarily, her arms are also focal because red is just such a bold color. It really, really yearns for our attention in every circumstance. Red is the highest chroma color. But honestly, in this case, I feel like it's balanced pretty decently. The overall dark color of her palette, the fact that they've desaturated these pinks or reds a decent bit also helps. So for her, I feel like she has some pretty good eye movement when I'm looking at her design. I tend to look right at her face first, and I'll like move down her arm. I'll look across here to her, what do you call it, her little dagger, because it's still also bright and it's brown surrounded by all darker, less saturated colors. And then I move back up her arm back into her face again. So good eye movement. I would give this a pass with flying colors for a focal point. What have I not talked about here? Let me start grading so that way I can figure out what I've missed. Color palette. I'm having a little bit of clarity trouble with a lot of her value similarity where we just need to change the undertone of a couple colors. For her focal point, I'd say it is completely exactly her face, the way that it should be, and she's got other supportive focal points that aren't taking away from her face. She's still nice and bold in her design too. I'd imagine in a race, especially compared to a lot of the other designs, which are much more saturated, she probably stands out a lot. Then for concept motifs, I think I'm picking up what exactly they're putting down about her personality, about some of her history, about her jockey's design, all of those things. Checks out. Silhouette. That's what we haven't talked about. Let's do silhouette. I can do a silhouette check here real fast, quick. Her skirt with the positive and negative space created by the lace is quite nice. Actually, I'm a fan of this. Her hair sort of flicking out at the end gives her good distinction from a couple of the other girls who have a similar hair length. Gold Ship, wow! Here's my tail. Gold Ship and I think it was Silent Suzuka and a couple others have this similar length of hair and this really smooth over the top of the head shape. But the fact that hers all curls up at the edge does help. Her ears, yeah, as you are noticing, are also quite big, I feel like, compared to a lot of the other girls. And it might just be because there's not a lot of stuff happening on the top of her head. Is that a trait about her in real life? Did she have unusually large ears as a horse? Because that would be kind of funny if they included that as a little Easter egg. But her silhouette, I would say, is pretty distinct. These long, trailing things in the back add some good interest as well. Bows on her ankles, make sure there's still interest in the lower part of the design. Yeah, I would say this is a good silhouette. She is still, like most of the girls in this game, pretty symmetrical. I do, however, highly appreciate the off-center hat and the emo bangs. I feel like they're very good for conveying the vibe that she is intending to give to a viewer. And it does add a nice moment of asymmetry so that she doesn't feel too stiff. Yeah, the knife also, yes, yes. So we can do a ladder test. If you are unfamiliar with what the ladder test is something that we do in order to determine whether or not there is A, interesting distribution of detail across a design, where we draw the sides of the ladder up and down across the form, and then we draw rungs anywhere there's a major point of contrast, whether it be color contrast, shape contrast, the start or end of some sort of object or form. And we'll add diagonals anytime there's major movement that is not moving just sort of horizontally, directly symmetrically mirrored across a design. We can also add half rungs for things that are asymmetrical as well. And what we want to see is a ladder that is completely and totally not climbable in any way, shape, or form. That is the goal. This is kind of completing across the top, but I do want to note that that is asymmetrical. We want this ladder to be something that makes OSHA quake. Make them fear. Strike fear into the hearts of OSHA. And I think she's capable of that. What do you think? Can I have some ladders, maybe? I'm ladder deficient. Can you send me some, please? Via the mail or via other services? Can I get a couple? Oh, I am blocking with my hand. Thank you. Thank you. Ouchie. I'm so small. I could pass right through that big gap in the dangerous ladder. Let's see if we can do it. Do you think you can throw it in a way where it'll go... It could, like, pass through my head? Like you're playing horseshoes? I feel like that's possible with... Oh, wait, the hitbox might not let that happen. I wonder if the hitbox is specific enough. Ow! Ow! I do agree. I would say this ladder is definitely not something I, under any circumstances, would wish to climb. Perfect ladder for a horse. Horses shouldn't climb ladders either, anyway. But I would say that's a good passing ladder. She's the least symmetrical I think we might have looked at this point, which I'm here for. So, for a number of these reasons... Whoops, hang on. Don't need that. A number of these reasons, I would probably pass her for silhouette. She's pretty distinct from the others. And she's got enough asymmetry that I feel like there's some visual interest going on. For complexity versus clarity, I also think she checks out. I don't really see her having any trouble being transformed into a cute little marketable plushie. So I would say that probably works pretty well. And she's not over-detailed. She's not under-detailed to the degree where she feels like she needs designing up. She seems to be referencing a specific aesthetic as far as clothing goes. Works out. I wish exams were graded like ladders. What do you mean by that? As in, you wish a bad grade was good? Or you wish that your tests were dangerous? I don't know what you mean by that. Also, she's a bridal theme that ties with her name. Also, use of wedding daggers in Japanese tradition for the bride of the past. Really? That's interesting. I didn't know that. She's a bride. She's a bride, really? I guess, like, with this shape of skirt and then neckline, I could maybe see that. But I don't know if I would have realized that quickly. But yeah, rice shower. Showering with rice. I know that that is something that is a tradition with bridal events. I've never been to a wedding where they do that, but I have heard of that being possible. Her dress is like a wedding gown, but also a mix of a morning gown. Yeah, that also makes sense. She walks down the aisle in her alt. Interesting. That's an interesting combo of things. Where I guess they are trying to reference her name, like a lot of them do. Top Gun will also do that when we get to Top Gun. And then also making it more so in mourning. That's an interesting combo there. Huh. The term rice shower comes from many Christian countries that throw rice, and Japanese follow that particular tradition. Interesting. I've never attended a wedding that does that. And I've attended many a Christian wedding. That's intriguing. I wonder if that's more of a European thing? I wonder. Who knows? Rice shower generally meaning good fortune. Oh, no, girly. Rice shower meaning good fortune. Oh, that's... I don't want to say ironic, but that's kind of like sad as her being named after good fortune. Oof. Anyways. 9 out of 10 is pretty good, right? I would say so. That's one of the highest grades we've given yet for Musume, so good work, Rice Shower. I can see why she's one of the favorites. People really like her. And I can understand why. She's fresh and kind of different from a lot of the other designs. A lot of them are much more bright and peppy, but she does kind of appeal more so to the moody, dark, like maybe like goth enjoyers. So good work for them broadening their appeal by having characters like this. But yeah, people like her, but she's a pain to train. I have seen all the things where her mood is down. It's so funny to me that they've made it so that a lot of the horses like self-sabotage their training. Gold Ship just does not cooperate. Rice Shower has bad mood. Haru is just Haru. Another reason Rice Shower is popular, extremely adorable, endearing behavior when you play her career. Also, she's depressed, strong urge to protect and help her. Ah, I'd imagine a lot of people might see themselves in her as well, where, you know, they see themselves as being somebody who is trying to be strong despite the odds, but is still fighting off those bad moods, fighting off, you know, depression, as it does affect many of us. Fair. Haru's doing her best. Yeah, Haru and her, I also saw, are friends in that they're good at balancing each other out, which I think is fantastic. Having a more grounded friend and a more upbeat, optimistic friend who triumphs despite the odds. I think that's a good combo. And a really touching story arc for her as well. I could see that them being a good combo, and I could see that working out also. Bourbon suffers social anxiety due to awkward behavior. Makes contrast feel more relatable to Rice Shower in the story. Ah. Also, Bourbon being robotic in her theming, that is often something that people who are socially awkward are critiqued for being, is acting too robotic. It's me, I'm critiqued for that sometimes. I do fumble the interaction often, IRL. At least she's not Teio, who has a modifier to get injured easily. Oh no, I did read about that also to some degree. That's fair. But anyways, Rice Shower, good work, girly, 9 out of 10. Now to I think who is everyone's best girl in some manner, Haru. Haru has received so many snacks from the player community. She is receiving so many snacks. I am so happy for her. Also, she's so slay. Look at her Hello Kitty mask. I adore this. There's so much whimsy here. No wonder she is a favorite, just based on this alone. Look at this horse. So much personality. And I think they did a very interesting job incorporating the elements of her jockey in here. They gave her red ear covers, which I think is very cute. I think it's important also because this is so distinct. Her color palette was very easy. She's so pink. I am surprised though because they didn't incorporate her other jockey colors or like the colors of her jockey, which is pink and blue. It's just her. It's literally just her. It's not the jockey. It is just her, unless I'm missing something. We have her socks, which incorporate her pink and white banded socks. Her 0 out of 113 record. She has none of the adornment that the other characters have that show whether or not they've won certain racers. Have you seen her casual clothes? Practically Hello Kitty's outfit. Oh, is it really? Blue's her casual outfit? Okay, that's interesting. Let me find that. Let me go to the Uma Musume wiki. Oops, that's how I spelled that. Ooh, give me that one. There we go. Give me Haru. There we go. Haru, race outfit, original design, starring future. Oh wait, where's her casual? Is it not shown? I can't find it. Yeah, she has won a race in retirement, and I am so proud of her for it. She doesn't look too distinct from the generic non-G1 outfit. Oh, okay. Are we talking about... We're not talking about... This is her uniform outfit, this one. Oh, she's so little. It's quite through in casual outfits, but I don't think it has Hello Kitty stuff. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Oh, this one. I mean, Hello Kitty does wear... What? I can't remember, but she does wear overalls. And me also as an overalls wearer, I'm a fan. I'm here for this. So this does incorporate her jockey colors. So we have the blue and the yellow. So good on them for finding some way to incorporate it later also. Saved her home race course, good for her. Not typical race wear because horses only wear those for G1 rated races, which the horse never ran in. That is also funny. But I like that she is in more of like an athletic outfit. She really seems like she is, she is the girl who shows up to lacrosse practice every single day with nothing but the best spirit and never plays a game for the whole season. But those are the girlies who go the hardest at practice. They're the girls who are the ones who are like fighting as hard as they can. They always have good outfits also, which is like a strange combo. But I see so much of my time playing lacrosse in her. I was not her, but I knew her. I knew her growing up, and I admire her effort, and I admire her staying silly despite all the odds, because that is my life motto, is that the world may be cold and dark. We stay silly. You can't get hurt too bad if you turn all of the things around. It's like toxic optimism, but not really. Not toxic, just facing everything with a smile as best you can. But yeah, no buttons, no medals for her, unfortunately, although I feel like they could. Although I guess they're not G1s, so she's gonna need G1 buttons, but they could give her something, like a little honorary medal from winning her race in retirement, which might be cute. But yeah, she's trying so hard, and I'm so proud of her. And she is, the horse is just her. She is just the horse. She's a good interpretation. I would immediately probably be able to determine that this is who this is. Participation? No, don't give her a participation award. Give her her reward for winning a race in retirement, I feel like. Never really took any race super seriously, just had too much fun just running and racing. But I love people who are in things for the love of the game. Like, that is the best part. That was what killed me about being an athlete, was that I just liked being a part of it. I just like having fun. I'm not a competitive person. And the competition is what made me stop liking it, because you can't just have fun when you're in a high school that has a competitive lacrosse team. Like, it don't work. So honestly, I understand her. She's too sweet. She's the best girl, and I understand why. Jacket and headband probably meant to be like what a typical Idol fan wears. Oh, it could be. Oh my gosh, can you imagine her? What is that? What is it called? The thing where they, with the light sticks in the audience? What is the word for that? I know the word in the back of my mind, but I hope that she does that somewhere, somehow. For like the Idol stages. Well, Tokai, yeah, that. I hope she does that somewhere, some way, somehow, because I feel like that would make a lot of sense for her. She does deserve her time on the stage also, but I would love to see her cheering for the others and just having fun. Cinnamon roll, too good for this world, too pure. Yes. So I think they've done a good job capturing the personality of somebody who just wants to go out there, have fun. She's a little rough and tumble. She's got her band-aids on, which I think is supposed to show that, you know, she's getting beaten down by life. You know, they're keeping her down, but she stays silly anyway. It's not getting to her. She's gonna triumph over it anyway, and she is ready to rise to the opportunity and do the best that she can. So I think they've done a great job of capturing the personality of this horse pretty abundantly well. For her silhouette, unfortunately, because she's a lot going on, she doesn't have the most distinct silhouette ever, but her side ponytail, which isn't even actually a side ponytail, I think it's just her ponytail is always shown flying out to the side, is the only asymmetry she has other than her bow, which all of them have. And then the fact that she's had a lot going on elsewhere in terms of even exaggeration means her silhouette maybe is not the strongest. Outside of Uma Musume, I'm not sure you could pick her out very easily, but within Uma Musume, because she is one of the more streamlined characters, I think you'd be able to identify her by silhouette, I think. I may not be as well versed in the series as would be helpful for determining that, but I think because she is, yeah, she's different by being so much more normal and so much more pared down. Yeah, contrast through simplicity, that might be working in her favor. I wish there was a little asymmetry. Like, she is totally the kind of girly who I feel like, you know, for the aesthetic they're going for with her, of her being a little bit rough and tumble, give her the classic, like, one sock is partially falling down situation. Let me just, like, doodle. Here, like, give her the, like, one sock is not all the way up situation. So that we can tell that, you know, she's a little rough and tumble. There's a little bit of chaos to her. She's here for fun. She's just having a good time. And then just adding like subtle little bits of asymmetry like that goes a long way. Does this have any clarity the way I'm doing this right now? It might not, but you can still have, you know, stripes. Just to try. But like, that might be something kind of cute. Maybe not as exaggerated as that because it makes it look like her ankle's broken. Which she didn't deserve. Where? Oh. It's a little better. Yeah. Hi, Ruka! The reason she didn't win is she liked running with the other horses, so never broke out of the pack to the front. That is so sweet! Why is that so cute? Oh my god. I might have, this might be my favorite now. I love her for that. I love that for her. That's how I was as an athlete. Whenever we do the mile run, because we had to do it for class, or just when we'd run for things, I was a pretty good runner. I was like, why would I push myself harder when I can just run with my friends? We'll just hang out. It's the best way of doing it. Athletics are more fun when you hang out together. So accurate to a character, yeah. Correction, she won her race in 2019 and the character came out in 2018. Oh, so that's why it's not referenced in the outfit. I see that. She is friend-shaped. I will say, yeah, she does have some round shapes to her, which makes her friend-shaped. The funny thing is her jacket is almost giving like a triangle or square, which we usually relate to being dependable. She's got a lot of flat lines in her design. So I guess, at the very least, she was probably very consistent. Which might be why her design is so stable also, is that she was quite consistent. One of the shortest Umas. Interesting. Motivated, yeah. So, I do want, maybe, just a little more asymmetry from her, and I'm gonna keep saying that about everyone, but I want a little more asymmetry from her. For her color palette, she is monochromatic. She is one of the couple designs that is, but she does stand out in this series for being so monochromatic. Most of the other designs have a couple of colors in them, so she's just white and pink and 2 undertones of pink. I'm glad they varied the undertone. Her hair is not the same exact undertone. It's a little bit warmer than the slightly cooler tone of her headband and her very short shorts. So color-wise, I think she's fine. I think she contrasts well from the rest of the cast in that manner also. Only what I knew before this, because Tumblr Pros compared her to Kim Kitsuragi of Disco Elysium. Really? I don't know enough about Disco Elysium, but that's intriguing that that is how you knew that. Action elements of her pose are much more to touch on how no matter how bad a race goes, how much she loses, she stays the same tearful and endearing girl, thus the never giving up pose. Yeah, she is so cheerful. I think one of the things that this game is also benefiting from so much is the character acting. Where so much of the time when we see gacha characters in either their splash art or something else, a lot of the time we're seeing them in some quiet moment where they're sort of just kind of posing in a way that's meant to be like, ah, aura. And there's not always a lot of character acting going on, potentially. Meanwhile, all the characters here, we'll look at all of them, but they all have some sort of pose that is relating to their personality in a way that I think is so beneficial to our ability to understand them. So props to the designers, the artists, and also whoever's posing the 3D models for these renders. You're doing good work. Really, the animators I have to commend for that. So, thank you. I salute you. I'm tired of just the stock standard I'm standing there pose for gacha characters. Give me more fun, energetic poses like these. They're so good. So, I will start grading her, actually. I will start grading her. Haru's kind of easy because her design is very pared down, which I think is something that also works to her benefit. I feel like if I were to want to draw any of the Umas, it would be her because there's not that much to tackle with her. I love her. Wait, no, Orfeora, I saw her in the thumbnail. She is one of the if we have times potentially. I don't know how to say her name also, and you spelled it in cursive? I don't know how you did that. But I am a teacher, and therefore I have the name pronunciation debuff, unfortunately. Haru, color palette, is fine. Silhouette, I think she is standing out for the fact that she is so pared down, but I do want a little asymmetry, potentially, which I think could help play into how fun-loving and outgoing she is, because often the most fun-loving, outgoing people aren't going to have the most perfected, crisp outfit occurring. For complexity versus clarity, I don't really think I have any issue reading anything about her design, and she plushifies without losing anything. We can keep pretty much this exact level of detail without modifying anything to make her into a cute little marketable plush. Beautiful, lovely, we love to see it. For focal points, we didn't talk about this. What is the focal point in this design? Crewmates, tell me, be honest, where do you look first? Do tell me, do alert me, where do you look first in this design? Oh, we've been raided by Vil! Hi, G! Hey, crewmates, rotate at Vil, please. And the plumies. Are you whinnying, Squiiji? I am whinnying. Look, wait, I have a tail. Crewmates, can you throw me so that Vil can see the lovely tail I have? I've been totally transformed into a horse at this point. But welcome in, raiders. I am Squiiji, freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator. There it is. Oh, nope, we can't even see it. If I go, nope, I can't move. There it is. Wow! Shroom shroom, hoot hoot. Hi, G. I finally have a greeting for all of you plumies. Wow! It's not a mushroom pun, but it is at least a pun in some manner. But yeah, we are just horsing around here today. We are critiquing the character designs of Musume. Oh wait, now I have some movement. Look at my cute tail. We are critiquing the designs of Musume. We are looking at Best Girl Haru currently. I think she has won my heart through all the things I've learned about her because she fits my exact motto for life, which is that when things are tough, we stay silly. We keep the optimism going no matter what, and we're in the game just for the love of it. We're here to have fun. We're not here to win. We're not competitive. We just want to be there. We want to hang with the other horses. But welcome, plumies. What were you guys up to? What were you doing today, Vil? What were you up to? Was today? I might have seen the wrong schedule thing. Was today the keep talking, no one explodes in another language? Question mark maybe? I feel like I saw that on Twitter earlier, but I'm not certain. Transform the year before? That's the one? Oh, how did it go? Did you explode? Did you keep talking? How much did you explode? Was that with Vance? Question mark, I think? I feel like I remember vaguely. But I hope it was a good time. Crewmates, if you're unfamiliar, although I don't know how you could be at this point, Vil is a very skilled character designer and just general artist all around, and is the host of some very neat character design challenges that I participate in quite frequently. I finished mine today. I finished my entry for the Draw Everything challenge. You can't see it yet, but I finished it today. I finally did it last night. I was working on emotes and I was like, why am I doing this? I should stop procrastinating the challenge that is due in like 2 days. But if you have interest, if you enjoyed drawing a rubric chan for us or other things like that, you may be interested in checking out some of the challenges that Vil does. Yeah, I exploded. It was really tricky. Oh boy. That game's hard. I feel like that game is hard just as is. So with the added layer of trying to play it in other languages, I feel like it's just adding another task to overcome. Granted, it's a language, you're fluent in it, right? Oh wait, you did it in Chinese? Oh my god. Trying to do it in a language you're not fluent in sounds like a total nightmare. Especially because you have to describe certain parts of like what things are shaped like and like reading the manual and stuff. And some of it is even like wordplay. That's intriguing. I did pretty well. Hell yeah, I'm proud of you. Good work. I'll have to snoop and see what your fate was. Yeah, you are the language owl after all, so I guess this is to be expected, but good work, man. We did sort of divulge here. Hey, plumies, help us determine what is the focal point of Haru. This is like Blue's Clues. Hey, shroommates, where can you see it? Can you find it? What is the visual focal point of this design? Also, plumies, if you need to do things like eating or drinking or snark-me-me-meing, including you, Vil, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are more than welcome to, and the shroommates will take good care of you. However, if you need to take care of yourself, do prioritize that, pretty please. I love everyone saying the big smile. I love you all, and you're so wholesome. I love you all, you're so wholesome, but I don't know if that's the answer. I've arrived simply to watch you critique a Tachyon. Oh, it might be a while before I get there, but I appreciate you being here. You're right. There's not a lot of contrast. There is something. Oh, hi, Bolts. How are you, Bolts? Greetings. Bolts, you're a new color. Why are you orange? Have you always been orange? Intriguing. Shoes, oddly. So for me, it's the pants. And I see a lot of people also saying the pants. Bolts is green over here? What? So strange. I get so used to people being certain colors in the chats that I get really confused when they are not. Intriguing. That's so odd. Why are you orange for me? Bolts is red? Okay, Bolt, apparently you have every color in the rainbow under your belt, which congrats, that's probably good. But it is odd. Intriguing. Anyways, Haru. Yeah, would say her face when it's half body. Yes, I would say her face is definitely focal when it's half body, which I imagine she spends a lot of time in half body because her face is just a totally different hue than everything else. All these are very pink in their undertone. Her skin is much more yellow in undertone. But when we look at the full body, it really is the shorts. The shorts are so focal because right now, both via contrast in color and in value, and also in color blocking placement, it really is, yeah, bringing us into it. It's also centered, which does not help. You're right, Vil. But yeah, they're very well framed. And what I mean by that is that they are darker, value-wise, than everything around them. Her white shirt, her light thighs. They are also the largest area of the design that has a color this dark, or this color in general also. And this is almost maybe also being affected by our classic red problem. Red is so high chroma, red is always going to be distracting when it is in a design. Not always, but it's going to be focal. Red begs us for attention. And I think that is also happening here because the pink is a little bit more muted and this is so saturated in comparison too. So I am really looking here first so extensively. I am glad that they have placed this color on her ears, on her headband, on her gloves, and other places to try and minimize its impact. However, I still feel like we may need to do something else to make it not as focal. Male-based Umas wear these bloomers for their training uniforms, so it's probably meant to look default. I know that it is meant to look default in some manner, which that's fine, but we do just need to point out that it is kind of distracting for us at a distance. Unfortunately, I currently, unless we redid some of the color blocking, I'm not sure how I reproportion it, because also, if I think about it, hang on, I gotta look. I think it's a reference to, yeah, to like gym uniforms worn in school, which unfortunately also suffer from the same fate. Like this is a gym uniform, which also has the same thing happening, where black shorts that are very short, the socks being dark here makes them a little bit less distracting, but I do think that byproduct of the reference, I think they're going to stay that way. We do just need to note that as far as the design works, it's working against it, but I understand the reference. There's a cultural reference being made here. That's fine. But it is kind of distracting still, potentially. Make the pants pink with just red waistband. Maybe, but then that might have clarity issue with her tail, potentially? I don't know. They don't wear those anymore in Japanese schools. It's normal shorts now, which I am happy to hear about. That is very odd to wear shorts that short in school. I am happy to hear that, but there is at least some history of that being worn. Like when I think about even like, I mean, I know they do it in anime, but I know that that's not always the most accurate tell of what people really do, but yeah. White stripes blend with the top more, also mirrors the horse straps. That could be a potential option. I do wonder, like with like athletic shorts, we do tend to have white straps, although that might add more banding, which might be more distracting, especially if we're adding more detail. But let's just go like this and see what that does, and see if that helps in any way, shape, or form. Void rating, thank you for following. Thicken the pink outline on the jacket by her face. Maybe, yeah, if that's flipped up as like a collar edge near her face, that could help. Honestly, I feel like that is making it more distracting, unfortunately, because it's adding more detail and more things that are high contrast. I could try thickening the trim at the top here, although we don't really get to see very much of it. Because there has to be some way that we can balance that out in the design without having to remove them. But that is going to be what the challenge is trying to add more of this color somewhere else without it feeling overwhelming. But gym uniforms looked like when the character designers went to school. That could be true. Switching the color of the shirt and pants. I don't want to do that because it seems like that's supposed to be a very specific reference. So I would want to keep it that way, but I'm wondering also if maybe we can reduce the contrast of her shirt. I don't want to use the exact pink that her hair is, but I'm kind of starting with it. But like if these areas of her shirt maybe had some sort of color to them, or maybe down the center, that makes it so that the contrast is only high right in the center, maybe? You just try covering that with something darker. Yeah, I'm not sure that's helping either, potentially. Making the whole jacket red would be an easy way out. That is true. Making the whole jacket red might be the easy way out, and we could just invert the colors, and maybe that would do it, but I think that they're trying to make her feel very bright. But let me just try that fast quick, just to see if that does the trick. That might just be like too easy of a solution though. And that might make her design too overall dark. Because right now I think they are trying to aim for her to be much brighter and happier, and white tends to be a color that, you know, is associated more with those kinds of feelings in design. But let's see, that might also cause a clarity issue where they're touching, but it does make it feel like it's a matched like sweatsuit or something. I'll put the white back in on the trim, because that'll probably help with clarity then. Let's just see. Ooh, not my best drawing. My best paint over here, but we're just trying to do this for vibe just to see how that goes. Honestly, this is not a bad solution, potentially. That does make them less focal, but now I don't know if I like the color blocking as much. Just her sleeves were red. We can try that too. What if just red sleeves? That might make it look like a baseball jersey. Thank you for the gloop, I appreciate it. Maybe pastel yellow jacket similar to the jockey's outfit. We could do that also. I'm wondering if it is intentional that they made her only the colors of the horse. But you know, that actually is kind of helping more than I thought it would also. This could be an option, just having the sleeves be a different color. And if we made her jacket the color of the jockey, that might also make the jacket too distracting, but we can try that really quickly just to see. We had like a nice muted yellow or something for her jacket. That actually might be too muted. A little more saturation there, please. There we go. Just to see. Leave some of those pink trims in there. This is not the best yellow I have ever pulled in my life. Let me find a better yellow, maybe. A little more orange, potentially. Let's see, how about that? That's kind of interesting. I don't know how well that works, but let's see. How many pink horses are there? Let's be honest. That's also true. I don't know how many there are. I don't have the answer, but is it just her? Is she primarily the only one? Make the bow match? The bow could also match. No. As a yellow hater, you come into the Squiiji chat as a yellow hater. Yellow's like the only color in my palette. I don't know if I like this. I'm not selling it well because I haven't picked a very good yellow color for it. And there's no shading, so that makes it not work quite as well as it could be. As a yellow fan, please don't. I'm also not really a fan of it either. As I'm attempting it, honestly, I feel like this was the best move so far. Just because now we have something that has a similar amount of red as this, it makes her face stand out more. Yellow with white sleeves? I don't know. Objection, she has to be pink. I think we might just be really attached to it. Making her too sports instead of gym clothes, like she's competent. You're saying this like she isn't competent. She just wanted to hang out with the other horses and run. She's not like bad at racing. She just wasn't winning. She was just hanging out. I do think that the sleeve being colored might be the best solution, just inverting those. But I do have to come back here and say for focal point, it's not her face, unfortunately. For concept motifs, however, I think they've knocked it out of the park for her. I think they've knocked it out of the park. I know exactly what she's about just by looking at her. They did fantastically. Heading out, bye, Selma. Wait, I never took roll. It's almost 2 hours into stream and I never took roll. What have I done? What's happened to me? We can take roll now. Let me do math, and then we'll look at Top Gun, Mayano Top Gun, then we can take roll. Whoopsie, hang on. I was too locked in, actually. I was so locked in, I forgot that I locked all of you in with me. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5? 10 out of 10 in my heart for sure, but 8.5 out of 10 is pretty good. She's still on the upper end of Uma's. Top Gun, my baby. Yeah, here's Top Gun. We're looking at her next. Design-wise, she is definitely one of my favorites so far, but let's take roll. Yeah, your names have all been consumed by horses. Who's here for class? Let me scroll back in time and see. Ren, Mad Buns, Bugs, Nocturne Deal, Hoshi, Nilo, Valisteus, Nilo's best friend. Oh wait, I already said you got 2 unfair. Gaia, Botomi, Lithium Soda. Yeah, if you are unaware, you can redeem on Twitch to say you are here for class. It costs 1 point. You can also just say hi in YouTube chat. Rex, Dia Fiora, Citrus Gaming, Rusty, Selma. I feel bad that I only realized that when I saw Selma say goodbye. Hello, Selma. Goodbye, Selma. Dr. Shooty, Absatulupsi. Hi, Sinex. YouTube chat, I see. Game Loser, Kelly, Lilix, Nanomino. Decalabia, that's a name. Gabby, Abby, Dabby. KH, Miri Mage. Ked. Slumbering Druid. Galev. Hello. Selma's streaming now. Oh, good luck on stream, Selma. Nilo and Nilo's best friend, both now. Yeah, we've got more than one Nilo, apparently. But hello, welcome. Do not worry. If you are a lurker, don't worry, your attendance has been noted. Thank you for being here. VOD viewers also, thank you for being here. Harrier, hi Harrier. Nameless Drifter, hello. Adontion, inflicting feelings about her. Who, Top Gun? Was everyone saying hi? I'm taking roll. I'm seeing who's here for class because I'm a teacher. Email. Hello. You don't have to say hi if you don't want to. You don't have to be marked down for roll. You are not required to. But if you would like to, this is your chance to say hi. See, hi. Squirrel Girl, she was a horse. Oh, potentially. NG Amaya, Zen is absent. Thank you for letting me know. I accept your absent notice. So, this is Mayano Top Gun, named after Top Gun. This, I think, is the only horse that I was aware of existing prior to the boom of Uma Musume. I think she's the only one who I was aware of because Jubby's family is very into the Top Gun movies. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, she did a collaboration with Top Gun Maverick, didn't she? Did she? I think she did. I think this is true. Because Jubby's very normal parents, very normie parents, were like, what is this? I think she's just like in some sort of like promo thing about it. I don't know what it was, but they saw it and they were like, look, this is like the work that you do. And I was like, I don't know what this is. This is a horse, but you know, kind of true, yeah. Her VA met with Tom Cruise? Good for her! That's kind of sick. So she is one of the horses where her name is a vital part of her design, which is very obvious. Her jacket is very directly a reference to the jacket that is worn in Top Gun. I believe, I haven't watched Top Gun, but I still know that that's the jacket from Top Gun. Very directly a reference. Her pose, she's doing her airplane arms. She's going meow, meow, meow. Which is also good and very cute. I love it for the posing. It's got a lot of fun activity to it. For colors, I do think that they made the right move making her color palette more earthy as an interpretation of her jockey because it fits in well with her namesake, which is very cute. She seems like a very upbeat go-getter kind of personality. I was trying to see if I could note any other similarities between her design and the jockey. So we do have the stripes, which are repeating in her shirt, and then like sort of the banding of the sleeves is occurring in these like almost caution tape-esque little danglies at her waist. She's one of the ones where I feel like it would have been funny to incorporate the fact that she has 2 white feet. A lot of them have 1 white foot, but she has 2 white feet. And I feel like that would have been cute to include. And then she also doesn't have a blaze. And I know that these aren't things that they are required by any means to incorporate into the designs, but I do find myself wishing maybe one of them was. But they did really, like, she is one of the horses that deserves to be a redhead. Oh no, is one of the reasons I like her because she's a redhead. That could be related. Yeah. The handles on her waist are the ejection handles of an F-14 ejection seat. I did also see some reference to that, which I think is also very clever. That's fun. That's a good little, like, Easter egg. It's an if you know, you know, which is cute. Don't worry, the bias will not impact the grading. I'm allowed to personally like her and Haru, however. And yeah, I think the ginger hair works very well with her palette, too. Her being a redhead is making her face pretty focal, which is why I love to see it a lot of the time. The yellow is maybe just a little distracting because it's very saturated, but I do look at her face immediately hiccups in the middle of me saying that. I look at her face immediately because it's framed by all of the orange, which is the only place that is really happening in the design, which works out. And then orange, green, yellow as a color palette is so nice. Just a nice little analogous palette here, which works out so well. So I immediately want to give her a 10 out of 10 for color design. But there is one issue. Can you spot it? Can you spot the one color issue? And maybe it's more of a clarity issue, but there is something unfortunate happening. Yeah, she does have sort of an autumnal palette. She's a little pumpkin-y. We like to see it. And yeah, it is the Spoiler, it's the shorts. I, low-key, when I first looked at her, was like, oh my god, is she wearing pants? Her shorts, I think, are just too similar to her skin color. And it's not the shorts themselves, because they're white. It's that they've shaded the shorts with such a warm color. Where this color and her skin color are so similar, both in value and hue. The shorts themselves are white. They're fine. I think we just need to change the shading color on them. So let me do that. Let me just take this, and I'm thinking if we slant this more green, let me try that and see if that works. We can also try more brown. Whoops, hang on, this is supposed to be a color layer. Color layer. If we slant them more green, or maybe slant them more brown in undertone, that might help. This is probably gonna be way too saturated right now also. But like, that is helping me differentiate them more from a distance than it was before. We're using hue, or we could use the browns that are somewhere else also maybe. So let me duplicate that and just try brown also. Although I think that might have been what they had before was brown, and I think that might have been what was causing the problem. Gold could be an option. Literally just pick any color in her palette that isn't as close to her skin color. Pick this green. You could pick the orange maybe, although the orange might still be too close. I think the green honestly is one of the better options. Now I can see them a bit better. If there were stronger drop shadows that could potentially also help. If I made it blue, it might be a little bit too intense. Although I can turn it down and make it more desaturated. If it's blue, they'll feel really bright. But you know, that also kind of works. Anyways, not too tough of a fix there, but there is just one little clarity thing. Girl, I want to give you full points for color palette so bad, but I cannot because you have that going on. It's not a huge deal, and it is a very quick fix, but that is something to notice that could be remedied. Better now? Yeah. So just one little quick fix there. Oh, she also has her dog tags on. Oh, she's such a pilot. Good for her. Big chunky shoes are good. As far as, let's see, what did we not talk about? We started with color palette. As far as clarity goes, I don't have any other issues though. And as far as detail level goes, I think she is one of the ones who feels the most specific in her design too. Some of them, I think vodka comes to mind, feels a little bit like they might be missing something to me as far as like a detail. But her jacket is so specific, probably because they are using a very direct reference for it. But her jacket is so specific. There's a lot of nice little moments of asymmetry on it with the patch distribution. And then, you know, she's got this one leg band that is also asymmetrical. So I think that her level of detail is working quite well for her. She'd plushify pretty easily. I really don't think any of the characters in this game would have trouble working as a marketable blush in terms of level of detail. Focal point, it's her face. I have no trouble coming to her face first, but I do move through the rest of the design sort of after. Her hair leads me down to the yellow of the chest and the yellow at the top of her socks, and I do sort of move around as a result. Good primary focal point, okay secondary focal points. Works for me. See the problem? Her original design had more vibrant skin color that helped with the shorts issue. Ah, that could be the case. This might just be an interpretation struggle. And we are critiquing specifically the iteration that is the Pretty Derby interpretation. But if that wasn't an issue with her historically, I'd imagine it might just be a translation issue between 2D and 3D maybe, where they just didn't shade it intensely enough. Leg band makes her look more naked weirdly, makes it hard to differentiate. I do agree with you where because it's overlapping like that, it is just a little bit confusing. I feel like it's too tight. If it was looser, I feel like I might have an easier time telling what's going on, because I'm imagining that this is a harness, right? So that way she could be strapped into something. But if it was sitting loose from the inside where it's not like attached to her body, that might help a little bit more, I believe. What about Plush Vacations? There's a crane game. Yeah, oh yeah, they definitely considered it. They also wanted to make merchandise of it, so they definitely considered it, which I'm happy about for them. More vibrant. Somebody said something about, I thought I saw the word parachute earlier, but I can't find where it was now. Crane game, minigame. Yeah, there is the minigame. I have heard about the minigame, and I've seen some of the plushies in it. So that does make sense of the fact that they are considering simplification of the designs and considering how to make designs iconic with the least amount of detail necessary. Yeah. Yes. Is that a complete redesign when putting them in the game like Marvelous Sunday? Really? That's also interesting to know. I heard that there were, like, between potentially, I don't know if, like, beta designs for some of them, they changed pretty extensively, but that is interesting for the fact that they changed between just different versions of their media, just, like, different interpretations. Referencing parachute harness? Okay, that's what I was thinking, potentially. I think they just need to be bigger and more exaggerated so we can tell that they're on top of something. And also if it was casting more of a shadow, that might help. The shadow is, like, not that intense under it, which might be also why we're not reading that as, or why we are reading it as leg and not reading it as shorts. Bands are actually symmetrical, apparently. Yeah, I would say that that would make sense for some of the aspects of this. You know, a lot of military gear does tend to be pretty symmetrical. So she gets a little bit of a pass on that front because she is referencing some military clothing. And also, you know, harnesses. Both your legs need to be in it to function as a parachute harness. I'll give her that. There are a few very significant redesigns. How do you say that name? Orfavor had a massive change from delinquent to tyrant. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know there is one on the other leg, but I think in the 3D model it's being crunched into her hip right now. So, as far as silhouette goes, I like her little baby pigtails. I think those are probably good. Her little ejection strap things are adding something nice to the silhouette. Her shoes being nice and chunky adds something, but she's completely symmetrical. I give her a pass because military clothing does tend to be very symmetrical. That's just the way it is. That's what it's referencing. But a shroom can still dream. Shroom can still dream that we are not held back by that, potentially. Orfevre. Is that it, maybe? And yeah, she does look like a pilot, which I think is working out for her. Conceptually, once again, I don't have any trouble noticing what's going on about her. I can tell she's a pilot, I can tell she's referenced to Top Gun, I can tell that she seems to be pretty upbeat and pleasant in personality, she seems to be a go-getter. She's a little more rough and tumble, she seems like she's the kind of character that could, like she's getting her hands dirty a little bit more maybe also, which I think does work. Her patches are non-symmetrical. That is true, her patches are non-symmetrical. And British. You think she looks British? What does that mean? With a B as a jeweler in Spanish, I just say it like that, huh? Uncomfortable fact, she's one of the only Umas that explicitly has romantic feelings for the trainer, the player. She's also one of the only Umas that's 100% confirmed she's a child. Whoa, that's a weird, why would they have that combo? That's strange. That's one of those things where, like, just don't say those things. Don't put that in the lore. What are you doing? That's odd. I hope, yeah, that's suspicious. That's strange. I don't want to think about that one. It is not Tuesday also, it is Thursday. Did I grade every category? I didn't draw a ladder for her. I don't think I drew a ladder for Haru either, but Haru's so pared down that I don't think a ladder would be fair for her. Let's draw a ladder. I gotta draw this ladder on a complete angle. Bottom of foot. I like that here. I was told that they do all have the little horseshoe on the bottom of their shoes, but I'm glad I can see it here because it makes it clearer. I mean, it's more treated like a precious crush. Oh, okay, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. You're allowed to have crush on people who are adults when you're a kid. That's totally fine and to be expected. When I taught Kung Fu, I taught with a friend of mine, and there were students who had crushes on both of us. That's just a normal thing that kids do when they idolize people. That's fine. That doesn't have to be a suspicious thing, I guess. Nice Nature and Super Creek both seem something more romantic. Interesting. This girlie has a lot of dividing lines in her design. There's a lot of banding. When I say banding, that just refers to the fact that there's stripes being created by contrast or value or something of that nature, or, you know, the way that space is divided, shapes. She's a lot of that happening. And I think that is just because her jockey uniform has a lot of it too. Chin here. Neck of her shirt. This is really hard to do on an angle. It would have been so much easier if I just rotated her instead of rotating the ladder. Rotates your ladder. Get spun. Treated as the teacher crush with the whole I'm totally an adult stuff. Oh, yeah, that's totally fine. That's okay. It's one of those things where there's definitely nuance to stuff like that. Depending on how they handle it. Whoa. I'm sure there's a way that that could be creepy, and I hate that I'm so used to gacha games doing slightly nefarious things like that, that I believe that that could be the case. But if it's trusted in a way that is meant to be innocent, like, if that's that's the way that it's intended to be conveyed, that's totally fine. That's completely acceptable. That's all right. There's nuance to things. Yeah, so ladder, for her, decent clustering of detail. It's not too repetitive. There's some big gaps in it. Despite the fact, I want a little more asymmetry, I want more diagonal movement. It's fine. It's okay. It's all right. I'll accept it. Not the end of the world. What was her grade? I graded her already. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9? Is she another 9 out of 10? She might be. That makes sense to me. That checks out. I could be content with that. Whoops, that's not a drawing tool. Hang on, that's a line. The frequency with which I do that, because I tend to do the ladder last accidentally, it's difficult. Also, my stomach is like majorly grumbling for an unknown reason, so I need to take like 2 or 3 bites of a protein bar real quick. I gotta supplement my protein. The ace problem of do I like you or do I want to be you? Yes, that is a problem that many children face towards like teachers and people who have, you know, those kinds of roles in their life where they're inspired by them, they look up to them. And sometimes when you're young especially, you don't always have all the right words or the right way to know how to express those feelings. So a lot of the time it can feel akin to a crush, or it can be seen in that matter also. So that's totally normal and fine. Thank you for a snack, Amber. Oh, I can move us to the next horse. We can just look while I munch. I'm gonna munch. I'm gonna crunch. This is perhaps the most requested one for me to look at today. Usually, when we are looking at gacha designs, I guess a lot of the games have bigger casts, potentially, but for this game, there were barely any requested horses outside of the ones I pulled for today. You guys are very consistent in who your favorites are, which is very surprising. There were only like 1 or 2 that were even mentioned that we're not getting to, which is very surprising. There's a lot of Mejiro McQueen lovers out there. I was watching Octavio Hollow Stars play this game and become sad live on stream when he wanted to send her grass like they do to Haru, which is unfortunately. Also, isn't that many yet? Yeah, I guess in the global release there isn't, but there are a lot just in general, I believe, in the Japanese version, potentially. No, I'm not planning to do a 3rd video, however, though. I think 2 is good to summarize where we are in global at this point, though. But, you know, we can come back in the future once there's more. Depending on how quickly they're releasing the characters. Maybe. We can come back. This is an old horse. Yes, this is an old horse. Which is why Octavio had to go through the heartbreak of that. But it's okay. What can you do? A lot of the cast has been released globally. Yeah. Mentioned that Goldship had lavender undertones in her hair, which makes me think it's a reference to how IRL Goldship gets their coat from being the Queen's grandson. Yeah. I do think that they were intending for them to be similar. One of the things I do appreciate also in this game is that, something I said for Goldship also, is that it would be very easy for them to say, all right, here's another character with white hair. We've seen other games do that, where they're like, all right, here is the 15th character that has white hair of the same undertone, and here are some contrast issues between the hair and the skin to go along with it. Enjoy. But Musume didn't do that. I am maybe vaguing about games we looked at recently, but Musume didn't do that. They do have a couple characters that do still have some of that clarity issue, but they varied the undertone of the hair a good bit, which, you know, as much as it's not as faithful maybe to what the real horse looked like, I would say it is better in terms of character design, and I think that it's one of those things where I would say it's a smart decision to not be too attached to reality in this circumstance, where, you know, for Mejiro McQueen to have purple hair does make her more interesting. It adds something nice to her color palette, because white is already one of the colors of her jockey. Like, it's one of the main colors of her jockey uniform. So for her to just be green and white, you know, that's okay. But adding another color really pushes her palette the extra mile to make her just that much more interesting. And then, as people were suggesting, Goldship, as her grandkid, I believe, is it great-grandkid? Grandson? Also has that purple undercolor to her hair. You know, she is also a white horse, but it makes her also stand out. Also might also be a neat little linking factor between them, as I have found out this game also does, where they will have, I think we'll get there with Symboli Rudolph, but Symboli Rudolph has also something that links her to one of her kids, also in the design. So, I like these little decisions they are making here. It shows to me that they are thinking through how best to interpret these characters and how best to make a cast that feels very diverse, with each character feeling very distinct from each other, because there have been games before where I can't keep characters straight because they're just too similar to each other. And I feel like this game could very easily fall into that, because what color options are there for horses? You have white horses, gray horses, brown horses, black horses. Maybe some horses that have a little bit more variety and undertone, but generally just neutrals. And if we're keeping to the convention of hair color equals coat color, then that doesn't give you a lot of wiggle room. So I'm happy that they found the wiggle room in there to keep things interesting. So that speaks to art direction and also to the character designers and artists as well. So I'm happy to see that, and I'm also not eating my snack because I'm talking instead of, we're supposed to be just looking at her while I eat. I've failed. Must go clean a dog. Good day. Bye, Amber. Good luck cleaning a dog. I hope the dog is cooperative in the cleaning effort. Yes, also, we haven't gotten there yet, but yes, McQueen is one of the horses who was much darker in their youth, but got lighter with age, which is something that Gold Chip also went through. I didn't know that horses did that. I found out that last stream. And I believe they're intending to reference that with the dark colors in her palette also, which I think is smart. The fact that we've added some black so that she's not just all entirely white. Black, and they've got a little bit of the white peeking out from under it. Yeah. Keeps chewing. Enjoy my face tracking for a second. Seems common, yeah. There's no yellow horses in Japan, but future content will see some like Durandal. What do you mean by a yellow horse? Like a more like golden coat color? I don't know if I've ever seen a horse that matches that, but I can imagine maybe. Are there like light brown horses also? I feel like we only ever see like mid to dark brown horses. Some in Europe. Intriguing. I didn't know that. I'm learning a lot about horses via this game, which is kind of crazy. Also, EG fun fact as I eat this. Today, I was reminded by a friend as I was talking about doing these critiques that, that I had a very unfortunate trait as a young person, which is that I mispronounced hors d'oeuvres as horse divorce. Like consistently all the way up through high school, which maybe is at least a little bit topical to this. I am very well versed in the divorce of horses. Horses get divorced all the time, especially in France, it appears. Speaking of Perlinos, they're kind of yellow. I have no clue what I'm speaking of. YouTube chat seems to know. Yeah, blonde and silkish golden horses, potentially. Palominos. Maybe. Potentially. I'm unfamiliar. But yeah, sorry, I am a leading field expert in horse divorce. I spent 17 years talking about horse divorce. Can't believe Scarlet and Vodka got a horse divorce. Don't worry, we'll get the girls back together. They'll get along again someday, maybe. Yeah, I'll be their lawyer. I'll make sure my favorite horse gets the best end out of that divorce. I sure hope they sign a prenup. I don't know how big into signing prenuptials horses are, but I feel like that's something important for all of them. All good French is weird. The French language. We do perceive it with both contempt and love. Man, what a romance language. Don't worry, I have like 2 bites left of this and then we continue. I just need to make sure. Yesterday when I was live, I held a piece of string cheese in my hand for about an hour. I couldn't shut up to eat it. I am the opposite of a mukbang streamer. I am a holds the food hostage while I can't shut up and stop yapping streamer. What can you do? Came in the first words I heard were horse divorce. I mean, it's Musume. Of course the word horse is going to occur. Why are you surprised? Not only natural is it for us to talk about marriage when we looked at Rice Shower, right? It all makes sense. It all comes full circle. It all checks out. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Who wants to be the horse to my divorce? Not me. I am my own horse. I am doing my own things and I am not participating in divorce. More like the hold string cheese without eating it streamer. Yeah, that'll be my namesake. I'm not gonna be the fish cracker streamer. I won't be the freelance artist fungi. I will be the string cheese holding champion. If I become a horse, feed me string cheese, okay? I don't know if horses can have dairy, but it'd be a sad existence without that. How are you doing, EG? I'm great. I'm trying to eat a snack and I'm failing. How are you? Only grass for you? Come on, give me a couple fish crackers at least. Are horses allowed to drink ginger ale? Maybe I don't want to be a horse after all. Maybe being a horse isn't as interesting as I thought. Also, I hate running. So like, I don't know why I would want to be a horse anyway. I hate running. That was my least favorite part, second least favorite part of being an athlete. And why I did so much Kung Fu. You don't have to run in Kung Fu. You don't have to go anywhere. You just stay in the same room and do your forms and you still get all the cardio. Running's so boring. Running is so boring. I should not be left alone with my mind palace on a trail with music. It's not good. Not good for the soul. It's probably really good for my legs but not, and my lungs, but man, is it dull. You might be an Musume. If they decide to puppet my flesh in Musume, that's fine because I, the Squiiji myself, this version of me, doesn't have to do the running, so that's fine. I like walking around meditation. I don't mind walking. I just don't like the lung burning feeling combined with not enough distractions. I just get bored, unfortunately. There's a video explaining all the downsides of being a horse. Oh, I would not make a good horse. My hips dislocate regularly. I feel like that'd be a really bad thing for a horse to experience. I've shattered my ankle before. I probably would not still be around if I was a horse. I'm a good sprinter. I feel like that would be a good horse trait for me. Especially a wild one. Horses were much better living with us humans, which most of us give love and care. Ah, I'm glad we take care of them. Can we send you hey when you win in game? Sure. And I'll go, hey! We did not pick a horse name for me yet, unfortunately. We should pick a horse name for me, but I actually don't think I want to be a horse. I feel like it's not all that it's cracked up to be. I feel like it wouldn't benefit me. You'd be more of a silent Suzuka? Potentially. That's sad. Squiiji Sume? Just horse shroom. That's not a good name. I need to be goofy. We were just saying I was fish cracker before as my name for my horse name. It's me, fish cracker, the horse. And I could have little orange accents on me to relate. Cheese holder. Cheese holder sounds like another good one. Black and white cookie? No. Is that... Would I be an Oreo if I was in Cookie Run Kingdom? Interesting thing to consider. Mushroom cracker. Is that like a shrimp chip? Anyways, let me get this protein bar in my mouth. Very crunchy. Fish talker. Potentially. Tippler's Bane is another name for the inky cap? Ooh. Ooh. Lion's mane is another mushroom. Wait, no, I'm the shaggy inky cap, so I could be the shaggy something. Also, I could be Shaggy himself, the rapper, also maybe. Mushroom Fisher. These are some interesting options. Just Shaggy Cap could be my name. Maybe. Yeah. Fun exercise. What would be like as an Musume? Who would be mine? Yeah, there's a good exercise. Shaggy cheese. No! Shaggy fish! Oh, this adjective is very interesting. I'm not the ankle breaker. I'm not breaking your ankle. I'm breaking my own ankle. Mush MC fish room. Oh, lordy. One word that references the stable or ancestry. One for the actual name. Okay. So the ancestry is probably the mushroom part. And then one for the actual name. Could I be Shaggy Squeege? I get to be Saggy Squeege. Cheese Spore. Oh god. These are a little bit uncanny. Fish Yapper. Symmetry Hater. Scooby-Doo. No. Scooby-Doo could be a horse name though. Mushroom Ship. I don't think I'm related to Gold Ship. Despite having white hair, I don't think we're that similar. Shaggy Cracker. Oh my god, that sounds like your... That sounds like your trying to be mean to me. There's a way that can be taken that wouldn't be fantastic. Anyways, soggy fries. Oh my god, yeah, that sounds like you guys, all of these sound like insults, if I'm gonna be so honest. Well, we can come back to this. Stinkhorn? Yeah, that's still mean. We can come back to this, we'll come back to this, but we gotta focus, because it's 4 o'clock, we have 2 hours left, and we still have most of the horses to get through. We have not been as locked in today. Can we lock back in? Shroommates, where are the keys? I just gave you the keys. Where are the keys? Can I see some keys, please? I've been locked out. I need to lock me back in, please. Oh, shroom glue. That's also so mean. Why are we taking this opportunity of trying to pick names for me to just, like, torture me? Thank you, Nilo, for being the bearer of the keys. This is Mejiro McQueen. There are a lot of Mejiros. This is a big family, I will say. Her family and the ship family are big. There's a lot of them. You know, good for them. Happy to see it. So, the references that I see being made in her design from the jockey, she does have the green stripes on white from the jersey, which, symmetry hater that I am, this is such an interesting moment here. We've made her shirt diagonal. Intriguing. For a nice little tasteful amount of tummy. Intriguing. I'm here for it though, just because it adds something that shakes it up a little bit so she's not just so completely symmetrical. I appreciate it. There is not much else as far as I can tell that I think is referencing the actual horse, other than the fact that I am making a guess that the fact that she was darker in her youth and then got lighter with age is reflected in her jacket. I saw people saying that she is meant to be, like, in some manner, regal? Which I can see a little bit of. She's got a little bit of, you know, ruffles at the bottom edge of her jacket. There's a little bit of like a military feeling incorporated, where I feel like she's drawing some influence from the military-influenced Lolita looks. The skirt is a little bit at odds with that because of her big bibbed collar, her jacket that almost feels like nautical in some manner, with this specific, get what this is called, but this specific kind of chain is kind of military related in design. Hi, MV. Yeah, the funky streamer has taken the lead, but it will not last long because I probably will break my ankle and then I will fail. But I will, maybe I should just hang out with Haru in the middle. If I don't break away into a sprint, I'll survive the race, and that's the goal. Skirt doesn't fit at all. I am wondering about the skirt because her design seems like it is drawing from military inspiration and also like some sort of Lolita inspiration potentially with the way the ruffles are and the bibbed collar. So I am surprised that her skirt isn't a little bit more flowy. Like the pleats are kind of odd. I don't know. We hate it. Tassel. I mean, are these called a tassel? They could be. Old-fashioned coats, a reference to both McQueen and part of her name, how she's from an older generation. But I enjoy the jacket thematically for her design. I feel like to make the skirt fit, all we would have to do is not make it pleated this way. She can still have her little tummy out moment if we really want. But let me just remove the pleats and change the hemline of it. And I think that might be all it takes. Because if her hemline was more like this, like it's just oscillating, more so mimicking the way that the other ruffles down here are shaped, I think that would probably work to her benefit, potentially. I'll detail this a little better so you can see what it is I'm doing. But just because it seems like she already has a lot of these nice round shapes going on, and I feel like looking regal does work for her. And she's regal in more of a toned down way. We've seen other Umas who have sort of a regal end to their design. If I'm thinking of, what is her name? Opera? What is her full name? I can't remember. I only remember that the word opera is in her name. We looked at her last time. But this, if we want the skirt to be a little bit pleated, I feel like this might be a better style of pleating. If we just make it more ornate like that. Yeah, TM Opera. Longer skirt could work. That's true. I think they've made it shorter so that way it's not sitting on the same line as this is. And I have noticed kind of consistently across the entire game that the skirt length really does not go much longer than this. I don't remember who we talked about it with either. It might have been Silent Suzuka, where we had offered the idea of having a longer skirt, but there was some discussion about whether a longer skirt is harder to run in or not, which I don't know. But a longer skirt that does go past the edge of these ruffles could also potentially be a good option. Poofy shorts. Oh, pumpkin shorts. Wouldn't pumpkin shorts potentially be so cute? Yeah, I see Moss Cake's on the same page as me. That might also be very cute for her. Potentially. I would be here for that. But for the skirt, if we want to stick with the skirt, I feel like those ruffles were just a little bit too athletic almost. And as much as I like the diagonal here, I'm wondering if these might be better treated as like a sash almost, where she's wearing like some sort of cute button up that's still white and fluffy, and then she just wears a diagonal sash across that's green. I don't know. Just looked up the golden braided tassel thing on uniforms. It's called an aglet. Really? An aglet? Ha. Intriguing. For a short skirt for running, but unless it's really long, shouldn't get in the way. Doesn't show in this pose, but McQueen has an armband on her right arm. Oh, okay. That's interesting to note for asymmetry, which I think is good. Longer skirt would look bad in running. Oh, you're so right, actually. Thank you for saying that. I completely neglected that. The 3D modeler that I am forgetting that. Crazy. Yeah, short skirts are so much easier to rig. Honestly, shorts are the easiest thing to rig. Honestly, props to Musume for rigging skirts for running. That is a clipping nightmare. I hate rigging skirts with a burning passion. The fact that they're rigging every single one of these characters to run in skirts is crazy. And yeah, a longer skirt is way worse. Don't ever look me in the eye and tell me you want a pencil skirt on a 3D model, because I'm going to cry real tears. It is not going to work the way that you hope it will. So if there are no Umas that have pencil skirts on, I'm going to imagine that that is the reason. Mejiro Bright is a skirt that reaches a bit up her knees. Okay, that's fair. I mean, going to explode while rigging my model? No, for 3D, it's not so fun. You can rig skirts and it's not the end of the world, but it does take a good bit more effort, potentially. Pencil skirt? All right, you don't get legs under. Yeah, it's just clipping as a nightmare, as a gift. Yeah, way to make EG cry number 3 in 3D modeling. Off the shoulder jacket that is sitting down on the arms, pencil skirt, long asymmetrical hair. That's the holy trinity of I cry real tears while rigging a character in 3D. So understandable. I think there's no Umas with long fabric. Hides Manhattan Cafe. Depending on the skirt, it might not be too bad, but I could understand if that's part of the reason why they're not going for long skirts for the racing models, because that just adds so much more to the technical battle of trying to make them work, that for them to not have is probably in the right side here. Use a skirt with a jacket and shirt or turn them into shorts. Yeah, I feel like shorts would be cute. If I were to, here's what I would say. For me, we're doing some sort of weird, like, athletic and, like, naval, or not athletic, athletic down here with the original skirt. This, with having the stripes on it and being diagonal like that, and this almost feels like a tennis skirt to me. This feels athletic. Meanwhile, the rest of her outfit is much more ornamental and poised in some way, where I feel like the tone of this is really at odds with that. Is she a character where she appears to people to be very regal, yet despite that, that's not what her personality is? Because I could see if that is a hint at that being her personality, I could say that maybe that's fine. But if that's not the case, the thing that I might suggest is turning this into a blouse in here and then giving her a sash that's diagonal and green. So that way we're still getting the jockey colors in, but then it feels a little more natural. And then changing the skirt either to the pumpkin shorts that I had or having the, pumpkin shorts or the pumpkin shorts or the shorts that I had. Sorry, my brain ended for a second there. McQueen is a dork that loves movies and baseball. Intriguing. Okay. Maybe that is supposed to be showing us that she does have a less serious side to her. So I could pass it if that is the case, but it is a little odd. Tries to act prim and proper, does want to eat trash food while watching baseball. Fair. Like sweets? Good for her, me too. If that's their intent is to convey it via that, that might be fine. But I would still say that there might be a suggestion otherwise. That's fine. What have I not talked about? I don't think there's any other aspects of the horse that I can see that have not been accounted for in my discussion here. Also, the little, like, wheat or, like, grass tuft on here is just a cute little motif, which I'm happy to see. I feel like a lot of the girls don't have secondary design motifs. Maybe they are fusing two kinds of fashion, but outside of Like, Rice Shower has roses as a repeating motif, and lace as a repeating motif. Haru does not really have much of a repeating motif. She's got a little bit of stripes, but that's kind of it. She has stripes, which I'll give her as a repeating motif. McQueen doesn't really have a repeating motif all that much. So I feel like that's something we might be missing here, but I do like that they have given her at least a little bit of imagery on her clothing. It makes it feel a little more specific. Best friends with Gold Ship. Yes, I did know that. Hanging out with Mejiro Ryan, who's a very sporty tomboy. Oh, okay. Getting sports girl on a Hogwarts sports team if they had one vibes. Okay, I see. Vague question. How do eyes with a white pupil work in drawing? Oh, they work in a very low contrast manner, potentially. What do you mean, how do they work? That is kind of vague, yeah. We got an ad for Fortnite collabing with an insurance company during the break. That is truly bizarre. That is truly wild and strange and bizarre. I'm glad, if anything, I'm getting ads for, you guys are getting things for like Fortnite and games and not the other weird ads we've gotten before, but that's still, what an odd collab. How odd. As a little subtle character. Yeah, adding little things like this do add a little specificity, which is something that I yearn for in design. I like specificity. Designs tend to shine the most when the outfits are composed of elements that you can't just go out to the store and buy yourself, as is, when they are something that is designed and tailored specifically to the character and to the universe that they live in. Speaking of skirts are easy to rig, no, they're not. Short skirts aren't easy to rig, but they're easier than long skirts. Look at Satono Diamond Racewear, it's a nightmare. Oh god, well, I'll look at it and see if I take psychic damage as a 3D modeler. It's just that I think they're cool, but not trying to make them work. Oh, for the white eyes? They can work. Pay attention to color undertone, because you can make eyes appear to be white, but still have like a lot of shading that is bringing color and contrast in. So I think that'll probably be the way to make them work. Also, potentially, if you darken the eye white a little bit around them, especially if you have a stronger shading color and like the upper part of the eye white as the shadow and the sclera, that can help. But yeah, they are kind of tricky to make work. I don't like Emil Genshin Impact. She's really a little specific flower motif everywhere. Specificity! Motifs! They're good! No, I'm not gonna 3D model these. Good God, no. I'm just saying, if it would give me, as somebody who is a 3D modeler, psychic damage to ever think about attempting. Not that I plan to attempt. I got enough on my plate as is, but I 3D modeled me. Which is why I don't wear a skirt. Also, other reasons I don't wear a skirt. I'm biney, but no skirts for me. So, what have we not talked about here? Color design, let me just start grading her, because I feel like I'm getting too distracted. Color design, lovely. I don't really have any clarity issues with it either. Level of detail is okay. I feel like I still want a little more specificity, but that might be being too picky. For focal points, what is the focal point here? I tend to look right to her coat and not really move past it, because all of the dark parts are in the bottom half. Her head is much lower in contrast than the rest of the design. And then similarly, her head is much lower in level of detail than everywhere else. I'm surprised they didn't give her a more ornate ribbon on her head. Because I feel like, you know, this is very small and like nondescript. Meanwhile, she has this sort of two-tiered, really like billowy bow on her chest that I feel like if we were to reference that up here again, where we get like all the tiers and have it cascading down a bit more, that adds a little more detail around her face. You could incorporate some of like this or something in up around her head somewhere too. Maybe if she had like, I don't know, like a hair clip or just something that adds some more detail and color up around her face. Maybe she's a hair clip here. Ah, and with the grain motif we have down there, it could repeat again using these shapes somewhere up higher on the design. But I'm just feeling like, wow, this is a really green undertoned gold. That's interesting. I'm just feeling like her face doesn't have enough detail around it to attempt to bring our focus back up to her. Dark headband or something, like add black to the ribbon. Potentially, let me just try. Not saying to add all of these, just playing with options of things that could add something of interest around her face. Dark headband, with the way her hair's parted, that might work pretty easily. If there was some kind of banding on the ribbon, that might also work. I'd probably go for white, since we have white on green somewhere else too. But like, oh, actually that headband is actually drawing my focus a good bit now. That actually helps a good bit. If I were to do that, I wouldn't do the accessory like that. Headband. Whole triangle at the center of her that calls the attention? Yeah. I like a nice, big, good, exaggerated shape. It's good for her silhouette, but it is unfortunately not helping out her focal point, unfortunately. Mustaches always make a drawing better? That's true, you know, you're so right. We should just give Mejiro McQueen a mustache. Especially of, like, the Mario variety, and I think that will solve everything. No more problems to be had. I'm sending her back to hipster Tumblr circa 2015. Solved. Give her a little bit of a disguise. Now you don't know who this is anymore. We've lost her personality entirely. But her face is pretty focal. I'll give her that. Do I recognize your design? Hi, it's me. Welcome in. Now she's perfect. Fantastic. Beautiful. Anyways, focal point. It's not her face, unfortunately. There are some things we could do to push it to be her face a little bit more, to make her face compete without making her clothing less visually interesting. But as is, she's missing something. For silhouette, I added something to her silhouette that I think she needs a little bit more of, but she does need a little bit. But if we're not looking at that, we're ignoring that. Where is she? Hello? Here she is. Silhouette is not bad. I would say that compared to a lot of the other girls in the game, I feel like this is kind of a generic silhouette, unfortunately. There are other girls who have this sort of round skirt shape. Rice shower. Like, I could be... If I didn't know better, this silhouette is rice shower without all the things that make rice shower silhouette interesting. All the positive and negative space created by the little cutouts in the lace, her big trail off of her ribbon, the ribbons on her ankles. Mejiro doesn't really have anything happening on her legs that's breaking it up. Her skirt isn't really any different than some of the other much more bubble-shaped skirts we've had before. I added a ribbon to her ear on that side to add some sort of distinction. A lot of the Umas have a very similar hair shape also, where they have this hair that's just slightly longer than the shoulder, no ahoge or anything of that nature. I feel like this is one of the most lackluster silhouettes we've seen. It's not terrible, it's not totally nondescript, but I think this is probably one of the worst ones we've seen in the game so far, unfortunately. Sorry, McQueen fans. Rice shower without the rice or the shower, and with all of the influence of Lightning McQueen ka-chow. Big mustache on her ear, give her wings. Oh boy, that would be interesting. She just needs something. On the biggest skirt, Daichi Ruby is straight up Lolita fashion. Her skirt reaches her calves. Ooh, nice. I will say, a Lolita skirt, depending on how wide it is, might not actually be terrible to rig, because if the legs wouldn't touch it, to push it out of the way, if they're just moving under it, that might actually be easier. So that might not be too bad. But lackluster silhouette for me. She does have a little bit of asymmetry in her clothing, which I appreciate, but it is not reaching the edges of her design either. But as far as concept goes, once again, I don't think we're gonna see anything outside of getting full points on concept here. I can see the references they're making to the horse, and in this case, they don't really have that much to go off of. I feel like she's not that distinct of a horse, potentially. They didn't have as much to work with maybe here, but I think they did a good job of working with what they have, and I think they got her personality across pretty decently. Could not tell that silhouette apart from Grass Wonder. Ah, see, so that would be the trouble, unfortunately. But let me turn on my absolutely superior correction by giving her a mustache, because that is necessary for her. What is the grade here? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8? Not bad. I still feel like they're doing really well. Have these been overall higher scores than last time? I wonder if I'm accidentally being kinder in the grading. I may have been more harsh about symmetry last week, but I've kind of gotten used to it at this point. It is a 3D game. It is going to be faster if they make all the characters symmetrical, because that cuts back on modeling, it cuts back on texturing, it cuts back on rigging, it cuts back on animating, probably. I get it, I understand. I've been there, that's why I'm kind of symmetrical. But I can still yearn. A horse can still dream. What can you do? 8 out of 10 though. Good work, Mejiro. You pass. This specific Mejiro McQueen. Decent work. Symboli Rudolph. I have to say, looking at Symboli Rudolph, her head, when I looked at her, feels oddly large on her body compared to the other characters, even though I don't think it's actually that much bigger. Like, Rice Shower's head is also really big. Symboli's short. Hate her hair? Why do you hate her hair? Her hair is kind of odd, I will give that. Give Rudolph a mustache. Alright, this is now Mustache Musume. Move over Uma's. This is now Mustache Musume. What kind of mustache does she get? I feel like I could give her, like... What is the, like the biker... What do you mean, not the biker stash, like this one? Give her a Guy Fieri mustache. To be the war general that she is. At least in the way that she's designed. There we go. Reminds me of Neapolitan ice cream. Yeah, her hair does kind of remind me of that. Peak. A dolly stash. Yeah, a dolly stash maybe. This is like a handlebar mustache, right? No. I don't know if I actually know the names for mustaches. I might not know. She's 5'5". All right, she's taller than me, so she's not short, but it's okay. Balkan dad mustache. Huh? 165 centimeters, so tall for Japanese. Genghis Khan stash. A lot of very interesting references being made. Why are we stashing her? I don't know. We started doing it on the last one, and I think we're just gonna keep doing it, potentially. So, Symboli Rudolph. In her design, the things that are of note, she does have a blaze as a horse, so she does have a blaze in her hair. Though, I am surprised, because the blaze on the horse is really small. So I would have thought that they might have given her, like, just like a white ahoge or something that's, like, real short and small to reference that, but that's okay. And I'm interested by the fact that she has three-tone hair, because the horse itself does not seem to have that three-color tonality. I guess they are really trying to differentiate her from the others, but the way that they've placed the colors is also kind of odd to me. Where I feel like there's something weird happening, like I can't see her ears very clearly, and I almost wish that her ears were this darker color that her bangs are. Or alternatively, I feel like they could have inverted the values and made her bangs this lighter, redder color and made the back of her hair the darker color. So I do just want to try that to see what that looks like. Because right now it's a little bit odd to me. We're gonna lose all of the nice shading just as I run my test here, but it's just a little bit strange. Maybe I can just do this with a multiply layer and see what happens. Does that work? Let's see. Too dark. Hang on, it's too saturated also. Hang on, let me see if I can make this work. Nope, too saturated. Just darker? Oh, maybe it's also a little bit cooler too. Might be close enough to what I'm trying to do. Let me just try. Do a gradient, darken the bottom and light on the top, or the other way around. Anything else other than this? What? So, looks like the back of her hair doesn't belong. The lighter brown part feels like a wig. It does. I would say, if you were to describe what is upsetting you about it, I guess that would be what you would say. To me, usually I feel like with hair or with really anything in a design, putting the darker part of something on the bottom of it tends to just feel a little bit more natural. We call that bottom weighting in design, where by putting darker colors on the bottom, it makes things feel like they're not like leaning off the page or off the screen at you. Right now, just making her hair all one color actually isn't the worst. Like, that's not terrible, surprisingly. Might need to like put it like that. That's close. And then, let me see what color this was. It might be kind of hard for me to try and... If I go like, let's see, if I do, this might not work the way I'm intending it to, but let's see if it does. It's gonna be really strong first, but then I'll turn it down. I should also get rid of this mustache so I stop being distracted by it. I'm just doing this so that I can see where it is. I'll turn it down, bear with me. The gradient, yeah, maybe. Anyone here suffering from horse blindness? If you do, what do you see right now? What do you mean horse blindness? What is horse blindness? I can tell this is a horse. Horse blindness. Maybe the hair is a reference to his coat changing colors? Is this another horse whose coat changed colors? It could be if that's the case. The two pictures I have don't really show that being the case, whereas for Mejiro McQueen, the wiki made very specific note of the fact that they did include both because the coat changed colors. There, so hang on, go like this and go like that. Doesn't that feel more natural to you, having them inverted? Potentially? Like, we could have gradient. I don't know. Illness? Most people in this world sadly can't see horses. Oh, like horse camouflage disorder. You can't see horses, they're just invisible to you? That's interesting. I feel like this is more natural for her hair. This isn't the cleanest proof of concept, but I feel like it is accomplishing what I had intended, at least at a distance. Not real. No, I figured it's not real. I figure horses are not invisible to certain people. Looks like she has a spotlight on her face now. This is cursed. Why is it cursed? Is it just because you're used to seeing it one way and now you're seeing it another? That could be the case. You might just be used to seeing it one way. But I feel like this is also really drawing the eye in. We can follow the gradation of value of everything is so much darker in the design, and then we have two lighter values next to each other, which is gradating us in to sort of come in to look at the face. Before, her face is still focal because now this is a dark color and a sea of lighter colors. But there's just something unnatural about it that I can't even fully put my finger on. Maybe it's the bottom weighting, but it does, her hair feels like it's tacked on as a wig, whereas like this, it feels a little bit more natural to me. So something to be said about unnaturalness there. I do appreciate her eye color being a little bit more purple, which is interesting. For her design, I am very happy about the asymmetry here. She's got her one-shouldered cape. She has her, somebody called this an aglet before. She's got her aglet. She's got all of these ropes that are draping across her body. She's got a crossbody sash. She has these little arrows on her clothing, which I believe are the thing people were saying is referenced here. Yes, we haven't gotten to Tokai Teio yet, but look, they're here too. They're related, they're family. So there's a reference there. Yeah, she has her epaulettes also on top of her shoulders too. Her silhouette, because she has her cape, is a little bit more interesting. Her hair is adding a little bit more like movement up around the top part of her face too. I feel like a lot of the Umas have a hair shape that is more or less, hang on, drawing color. That's the edge of the canvas, hang on. Undo. More or less just like this. And maybe they'll have a couple that stick out down here, which isn't super descript. She at least has some asymmetrical motion coming across her head, and then she's got some higher flyaways at the very least that are kind of sticking out and tucking back in around the edges. So I would say that's working to her benefit right now. I do have a little bit of clarity issue. It's not super extreme, but I do have a little clarity issue with the white of her ruffles around her collar and underneath her skirt with her skin tone, but it's not too bad. They are differentiated by color undertone already. They're a little bit more yellow, whereas her skin tone's a little more peachy. But I feel like they could be differentiated a little more because I thought she was showing cleavage when I first looked at this. I was wondering if she had this just tied around her neck because they have drawn some lines there that made me think so, potentially. I don't know. Situations where I generally would love to ask the designer what the thought process was on the hair. Yeah, I am curious because that is the kind of thing that is done with intention, and I would be inclined to want to know what the intention is. Because maybe I'm totally missing something. Maybe there is some very specific reason why it was done, as I would imagine there probably is. But to me, the untrained eye of, I don't know that much about these horses, I probably am missing something. But if that's not the case, I do think that it could be better served being this way. But I do think, going back to what I was saying, more clarity for these objects. They are more yellow, but they have value similarity. Game calls her the Emperor as a reference to her IRL counterpart. I have heard that, and I see Neko Cat is also pointing out something I was supposed to mention, which is that she is wearing a ton of medals, 7, because she has 7 G1 wins. Was she the first horse to get 7 wins? I feel like that was a thing that I had heard as a factoid somewhere, that she had 7 wins. She was the first one to do it. Her song is called 7. I think this is my sister's favorite horse, which is why I know these facts about her. Yeah, first horse to set the record. I don't know why this is my sister's favorite, but we've talked about her for a little bit for some reason. One of the only Triple Crown winners. Oh, legendary horse. Good for her. Okay, that makes sense to me. She does feel a little bit legendary in her design. I wish that for her, because she's so military inspired in her clothing, you know, it is pretty convenient that her jockey was already wearing green, and dark green is very well associated with military outfits. So that made her design pretty easy. And red being the secondary color too. Those colors pair together very well. And this is a common like color combo for military regalia. So that worked out very nicely. But I do wish that for the fact that her fashion is military inspired, I wish she was wearing boots. Her wearing these little strappy heels, I feel like is odd for the rest of her design, but I am wondering if they're trying to make it clear that despite the fact that she is, you know, personality-wise, despite the fact that she is a leader, the ruler, the emperor, that she is still somebody who is not entirely, like, she seems a little tomboyish, but maybe she isn't entirely. Maybe she still has, like, more of a feminine side to her? I don't know anything about her personality. I'm just speculating, but maybe that is what they're intending to show with the shoes. But if that's not what they're intending for, I would say that boots might make more sense. She's pretty chill. Okay, good to know. Student council president at the school. No, she's a full-time dad, makes puns and has goofy moments. Constantly trying to do puns, intimidating, but also a secret dork. Has a silly side. Okay, so she does seem like she is intimidating at first, but she is the vibe that probably my father is, where my dad looks like a scary metalhead. But the moment he opens his mouth, it's like, okay. It's like, this man is totally harmless. This is just a sweet guy who just has an intimidating stature and attire, potentially. But if that's the case, then I don't know why they couldn't have given her maybe like strappy boots of some sort. They could still have these little like metal pieces, but give her some like chunky combat style boots. Or Joby recently acquired, do you guys, I feel like you won't know if I say this, but like the Operation Desert Storm style boots, I don't know what they're called, but they're the really tan ones that are pretty sleek. Those might have worked out pretty well for her. Let me see if I can Google this and find the ones I'm thinking of. What are these called? Yeah, what are these called? They're tactical, no, none of these are the word I want. They're very slim-fitting military boots. Wow, they're cropped in all of these. You have to see them on a foot to make sense of the fact that they're like, they're not chunky. We can go for like sleek. For like this style of boot. We could put the, oops, hang on, I've collapsed something. This style of boot, where they can still be sleek, because they do seem to be emphasizing that in her design. I feel like making them chunky might be too silly, although for the fact that she does seem to be a little bit of a silly fella, it could work. I don't know if these boots are steel-toed. They probably are, considering they're combat boots, but something like this might be nice. They don't have to be this color, but like this sort of fit of boot with the bigger toe, thick tread, sort of lacing to keep with the military aesthetic. Because her shoes, like, these remind me of Mary Jane's a little bit. The way that they are right now. Oop, there's an ant crawling up my leg. That's really exciting. Could you not? Are just odd. They're at odds with the rest of her outfit in a way that I don't know if I'm on board with, but that's okay. More intimidating and interesting shoes would be nice. Added those shoes to help push more attention towards her top. A bit more feminine touch. Could have done something similar to Tokai's boots. What is Tokai wearing his boots? Whoops, hang on. Tokai has decided to leave the party. Come here, come back. Oh, I don't know if we need to go quite like this, because she's wearing like almost band majorette style boots. She's very much a band majorette to me in her design, which I think is very cute. I don't know if we need boots to be that tall, but yeah, the shape of them, the shoes aren't really adding anything for me. I think that'd be my biggest critique with her outfit, which is being really picky. Generally, I am on board with her outfit. Desert boots? Yeah. Something about not being latte while giving you a coffee. I love that for her. I love that. Majiro's boots? What is Mejiro wearing for boots? Yeah, like something, yeah, more similar to Majiro's style of boots. We don't need the fantasy sort of top piece of it, maybe. But if we were to change the color palette to match Symboli's colors and then not have so bright of laces, I feel like that could be in the right direction for her, but they just tonally are kind of odd. So let me start grading her a little bit. The color palette itself is fine. The things I have to say about the hair are just things that make her feel unnatural. I'm not even sure if I should take points off for that. Is that just a personal issue that I'm having with that? It feels unweighted. And the fact that some of you were bugged by it too might point out that it's just awkward design, but I'm not sure. How do you feel about that? Do you think that I should take a half point off in the color design for what's going on with the hair? It does feel rather odd, and it does change the way that we're viewing the design pretty extensively, but I don't know. I'll move past that for now, yes. For silhouette, I would be willing to give her full points because she has some of the asymmetry that I've been craving. She's got a lot of detail, which is also nice. It's unique. It's great. I like it, but it's not my decision. Weird, probably some kind of explanation. Instinctually, yes. Instinctually, yes as in take a half point off for it. It seems like we're kind of split about it, which is why I'm polling to see if it's too opinion-based. This is one of those weird calls to make. I think it's an issue when she's wearing her race gear and her school uniform, it looks better. Oh, okay. Might be personal preference. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to iron out, is whether it's personal preference, but I don't know if that's gonna work because a lot of you are also probably going to bring your personal preference to it as well. It's odd, but it feels intentional, okay? I'll give her full points for it, but if I find out that there's not a particular reason for why it is that way, for it feeling weird, I think is gonna be, that's too subjective maybe. Missing something, but I still like her. Interesting. So at first in Cinderella Grey anime, and it worked very well there. Okay, it could also be a 3D interpretation thing, like we said about, ooh, who was that? Someone else had something with the anime interpretation that was a little bit odd. Focal points. Her head is focal. I will give her points for that. Or whoops, that's not the right category. Her head is focal. We can give her points for that. For clarity, the level of detail is totally fine for me. I appreciate how much detail we're getting out of her. Just little tiny medals she has. Her belt buckle feels weirdly ornate compared to the rest of her design, which is fine. But it's just a little odd, but she'd plush a 5 very easily, not really have any issue. For concept and motifs, the shoes I'm being really picky about, but they just feel tonally strange for her. I feel like we could have leaned more also into, I don't know, yeah, for the shoes, they could have leaned more military. I feel like she could have also benefited from a hat. We've seen some of the other Umas who have hats, and I worry, let me open, I might have been too kind about her silhouette already. Let me check something. I'm gonna check something real quick here. I just want to check another silhouette, although I might be misremembering. I want to compare her against Opera, potentially. Oh no, Opera has a full long jacket. How easily discerned is she based on her silhouette? I was giving her more points for the fact that she has some asymmetry in her more than the others do. Am I being too kind? I feel like this isn't that descriptive a silhouette. The more that I think about it and look at it. The hair shape is very similar to a lot of Uma's, despite she does have a couple little pieces that make it a little more specific. Most of them wear this same short skirt shape. The cape is adding a lot, at the very least. The shoes aren't adding as much as they could, though. I don't know. About something to do with the lineage. I agree, the hair blends in with the cape. This pose is not helping that, I will say. This might be something that would be solved by seeing it in 3D. But the cape is really the only thing that's adding that much distinction to her. There's plenty of other Umas who have a skirt like this in silhouette, have similar hair in silhouette, and the shoes aren't really differentiating her that much, so I might actually need to pull that back a little bit. What she is gaining in having some asymmetry, she's losing in the fact that she doesn't feel that distinct. There's not a lot of positive-negative space interplay happening. I don't know. I feel like I could look at this and think it could be any VTuber, or I don't know if I'd know it's particularly her. But otherwise, this is still a pretty good spread. For concept, yeah, the shoes just aren't quite right. I feel like we forgot the feet. But 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10 is still very good. I feel like we've slanted really strong this time. I wonder if my random picks for the last time I streamed this, I just managed to pick designs who were on the weaker end. But I might also not be as picky about it. Her hair is in the way of the interesting details on her outfit inside of the cape. That's also kind of true. But I think that has to do with the posing, unfortunately. It'd be too much for the military aesthetic if she wore a peaked army cap. That's what I was wondering, is for differentiating her silhouette more, give her a good hat, maybe. A hat can add a lot to silhouette, and a hat would fit with the vibe pretty well. Like, give her a military style cap of some sort. I don't know. But 9 out of 10, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good grade. I think she is deserving of something of that sort. Let's see, we'll move to Daiwa Scarlet now, and I will open... Let me open Vodka back up because I was alerted that they should be considered together because they're rivals. And they may have been designed to be, like, in reference to each other, almost like foils, where Vodka, 9.5 out of 10 that she is in our heart, and also in reality, she is very sporty in the way that she looks. She's a lot more tomboyish as well. Meanwhile, Daiwa is much more girly, and she seems a lot more exaggerated, I will say. She's almost a little bit theatrical, I would say. She's got her tiara on, she's got her big fluffy hair ties. I love her twin tails for silhouette. I feel like this is the first twin tail design we've seen, which is lovely. Rudolph doesn't have military aesthetic. She's an emperor, not a soldier. Well, most of your emperors dress in military regalia because they are the head of the army. So that is why that is occurring. During Symboli Rudolph's life, she had a brilliant brown color, so maybe they took that as a reference to the dark brown for the hair. Maybe. Twin tails tsundere, let's go. Expressively bigger assets as per request from the owners. I did hear that. I did hear that the owners did chip in some specific suggestions about her design, and I see you guys are saying it in the chat. It seems like that was designed to be the intention. The owner wanted that to be the case, which I think is so funny. Both females who won male-dominated races, good for them. We have looked at so few female Umas, unfortunately, but it is good to see a couple of them. Make sure my horse is a popular design. Yeah. That is the note that was given. So in this case, they did maybe intentionally design her per the request of the owner to have a focal point that isn't her face, unfortunately. And I can understand why they did that, but it's not great character design. If you want more twin tails, there's also Twin Turbo. Her design's kind of crazy. Is that the girl with the blue hair? I think I've seen her, potentially. Yeah, Daiwa and Vodka are real rivals, so I think that's why they presented in sort of opposing aesthetics as well to each other. As far as taking references from the horse and the jockey for her, this is another horse that wears this blue accessory on its face, which I think they're trying to, at least in some manner, replicate by the fact that she's wearing this fluffier hair accessory instead of wearing a ribbon. But I can also understand what they've done with the color blocking, because if you look at the jockey uniform, the white band does run right around the center of the chest. Like, I feel like there could have been a tasteful way of doing this where we put her in like a vest and have her arms be out, or not arms, have her sleeves be white also. And that might have made the assets less focal. But I do think that the intent of the designer was to make them focal. But just for me, just for the me attempt, we could have had, you don't have to decrease scale at all. But this could have just come up here and wrapped around them, and then her sleeves could have been white. Call me crazy. I feel like this is still playing into that angle of the allure just as much to have raised this a little bit. Did I accidentally airbrush something? Why? Oh, that might just be something really thin. And then if her sleeves were white, because as is, just the blue being in or the white being in so limited quantity in that area is distracting me a lot. Although I don't know if this is even gonna help because her arms aren't really even doing anything right now. Maybe that's not in any way a solution, but just a thought. Just a thought experiment, maybe. Just standard anime gacha game design. Yeah, assets is the focal point most of the time. It does happen often, I understand. The crown does help bring some attention back to her face, I do agree, because as far as detail distribution goes, the most intricate thing on her design is her tiara. It is much smaller than everything else. I feel like it could have been a little more exaggerated, and that could have helped bring us to look at her face more readily. Because man, her head is not competing, despite the fact that her pigtails have a lot of good motion to them that should be leading her eyes up to her face. She should have a little bit of the redhead benefit happening. It's just contrast. Dark blue, medium to dark hair, more dark blue, bright white. What can you do? Not sure if it's intended or not, but the tiara could also reflect her career running for triple tiara. Oh, she won 2 of them getting double tiara title. Good for her. That is interesting to note, but yeah, I don't know. It could be. Other things of note that I think are taking reference here, she does wear her little socks that are white with the little blue stripes on them. She's got them here also. This is an interesting shoe design because she's almost wearing 2 pairs of boots on top of each other. It almost feels armored in some way, which is intriguing. And then she, like Symboli and a couple of the other girls, has the aglet, has the tassel accessory, which is really, other than her fluff here, the only asymmetry again. I feel like a broken record. I am so sorry that I keep having to say this. It probably is just because it's a 3D game. It's easier to design characters that are symmetrical, but come on, spice it up, please. Come on, I'm begging you. I feel like that's probably my strongest critique about the character design in this game. Usually with most games, I'm like, the color palette bores me, and this is happening, and that's happening, and this. With Musume, it's just the symmetry. That's it. Abundantly, their strengths or silhouettes are usually pretty good. The color design is lovely. It's some of the best that I have seen in gacha games. Oh, the silhouettes. But I say this like other gacha games don't suffer from overabundant, stiff symmetry in some way. But it's fine. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. By the way, she wants to be number 1 in everything. Number 1 runner, number 1 student, number 1 center of attention, number 1 rival. Yeah, she's in constant competition. She does seem like the kind who would challenge you to something. I think her personality is coming through. She looks a little bit spoiled rich girl to me. Also, which might be coming from the fact that she is wearing a tiara with an otherwise outfit that otherwise is not especially regal. So she does seem like daddy's favorite little girl, maybe. Cute little fang. Yeah, that might also be part of it as well. Oh yeah, the lip fang. She does feel a little to me with her anime girl hair vents also. But so as far as vibes go, I think we are getting the context for her personality shining through. I don't know if there's any other reference intended to be made from her outfit, but it once again feels vaguely military inspired with double-breasted button-up, and we've got the aglet hanging off of it. Maybe it's just meant to be royal because it is a nice royal blue. Something of that kind. Very consistent career, 8 wins and 4 runner-ups. She never finished below 2nd, and 2 of them were against Vodka. Oh boy, so Vodka did get in the way of her perfect score, huh? Didn't she? She's also perfectionist. The Ohohos are King Halo and Kawakami Princess. Okay, so not an Ojusama. I've been wrong twice about the Ojusamas, so I am getting Ojusama vibes from a couple characters despite them not being that way. But as much as they intended, I'm just gonna start and get this out of the way first. As much as they intended for her chest to be the focal point, that's not strong or effective character design. You can make the assets focal, but don't make them the primary focal point, okay? That's just like too on the nose, too over the top. We can make characters attractive, we can make them sexy even, we can make them alluring in that way, but when you're too adamant about it and when you come on too strong with it in design, it just feels like a cop-out almost. Like there's more clever ways to do that, and I feel like they didn't lean into that direction for her. And I know they've been for clients, I understand that, I know the context of why it went that way. But if we're grading this just on character design, those influences are not to the benefit of the character design, unfortunately. Is she about to lose to Vodka again? I don't know. Let's find out. We'll see if she loses to Vodka again. Vodka's got a hard score to beat. Vodka got a 9.5 out of 10 and is one of the designs I think was stronger in the game. She's very interesting. Here, focal point isn't working. Color palette, on the other hand, totally fine. No concerns. Nice undertone of orange with blue. She's got a decent complementary color palette. I appreciate that the black is a different color undertone than the blue is. The white also has a color undertone to it. Her color design's totally fine. So that's okay with me. Her silhouette, her pigtails make her super distinct. Honestly, sometimes that's all it takes in a design. A lot of Umas have a similar skirt shape, but the pigtails really do everything we need to for her silhouette, and it seems like even if there is one other pigtailed girl in the game, there's not very many of them. People might think she's Miku in silhouette, potentially, which is just the Miku problem. That's not her fault that Miku has kind of owned pigtails for all of anime for all of time now. But her boots are adding something interesting to silhouette with being sort of tiered like this. Her skirt's okay. I wish this fluffy thing in her hair was contributing more to her silhouette. It's already nice and exaggerated, but it could be even more so. Up off the top edge there. And then her hair vents, for the way her hair is posed. So many Umas have a very smooth top of their head, so having this be more angular, I think is playing into her personality. There's more sharpness there, but also good for silhouette. She's symmetrical though. This is like a perpetual curse, half point off every time, and I think just like that, oh wait, nope, yep, just like that, she is already below Vodka, unfortunately. Second fluffy bit on the other side we can't see. I imagine there was, but that unfortunately makes her more symmetrical knowing that. Does she have her... Is her ribbon on the other side? I just can't see it. I think it's exactly covered by her hair, unfortunately. Funny thing in casual clothes, her assets aren't that showcased. Interesting. To change the focal point, really, the things that I think would be helpful. First, her eye color is very similar in undertone to her hair as far as hue goes, so they don't provide enough contrast. She might be one of the ones who would benefit from a darker eye color or just a different eye color. We just brought the hem of this up a little bit. That might help also, so it's not as much of the white color, maybe. Or even if she was wearing like more layers, it could work. I don't know. Blue fluffy things are her twin tail bands. Okay, I see. In universe, a tiara was gifted to her by her IRL father, Agnes Tachyon. This girl gifted her a tiara? Her father? Her father gifted her that? Interesting. Intriguing. Even. Yeah, man, assets. Po. Thank you, Hatsune Miku. Her eyes will match Tachyon's, who is IRL Scarlet's father. Okay. Understandable, but it's not doing a ton of benefit for contrast for her, and honestly, for Tachyon, it's not doing a lot either to make the face focal, so honestly, you could change both of them, and I feel like it wouldn't be too bad of a situation. Goldchip should have been given darker eyes like her. I agree with you. I happen to agree. I think Goldchip should have darker eyes. But in this case, man, I don't even... I would upset the owner to make the changes I would make, probably, by covering things. We're not gonna get too far into that. Complexity versus clarity, she's fine. None of these characters are really over-designed. I think with the plushie angle being in the game, they have considered it pretty thoroughly. And because they are working with such pared down designs, they're not trying to be as over the top as a lot of gacha designs are. They're mostly just staying in this category. Concept and motifs. Is there anything about her that you think I've missed about her? Like, I see the references from the jockey uniform. Checks out, makes sense. I'm seeing the personality angle for the most part, I believe. Is there anything I should be getting from her that I'm not? Anything that's important to her as a character, her personality, the real horse that could have been included? As far as I can tell, I don't think I've missed anything. No mask? Oh, wait, actually, now that you say that, I do think that the mask is supposed to be, like, these are filling the place of the mask. But wouldn't it be funny? I feel like it would have been interesting. Do any of the Umas have actual masks on? Do we have like a Phantom Thief-esque Uma yet? Because I feel like that could have been very interesting. Making her ears blue might have been more focal potentially. You're right, we did forget a mustache. How silly of me. What style of mustache befits her? Maybe I give her like a really long, like twin-taily one. To match the shape of her twin tails. That's called repetition in design. It's a good design thing to keep in mind when we're designing mustaches for Uma. Alcondra Pasa has one? Okay. Is she the only one? Do they not have another character that is like almost a Phantom Thief? Because I feel like that'd be a great way of interpreting the horse mask. But even for her, I wonder if just more of the blue up around her head, if they did make her ears have the covers, if that would have worked well. And I feel like we could even like bedazzle these up in a way that would make them really interesting. So that way it feels like they're adorned. I don't know. Inari 1 wears a mask, but on her hair, okay, interesting. Twin-tailed tsundere princess, very conventional. Is she tsundere? I saw somebody say that she's not tsundere, actually. But if I have not missed anything about her personality, man, the mask does actually seem important now that I'm looking at it more. I give her the mustache, hang on, I can't take her seriously. Blue might not have been bad, and then you could even add more like detail to it or something where it's like, all right, well here's detailing that makes it fancier in some manner. Maybe you repeat that like rope thing that's going around down here in her hair, so there's more contrast and decoration up around her face to combat the focal point thing happening. I don't know. But the one-line beard, that is what I have done. Get tsundere dealing with vodka. Oh, okay, very textbook tsundere. Oh, okay, noted. I don't think I'm missing anything from her, but I do think not finding a more direct way to incorporate the mask might be a missed opportunity. So I might put her there, but that's, honestly, that's fine. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? Oh, girly. Second place forever, huh? What was that? Was that 8.5? Did I say 8? What number did I say? I forgot already. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, no, just 8. Just 8. Sorry, girl. Here's the mustache. She can keep it. White diamond bedazzling on the earmuffs, maybe? Yeah, you could do something like that. Some kind of bedazzling. But if you design them up and make them feel ornate and interesting, they won't feel like they're out of place because, like, Haru, hers feel intentional. They feel like they're meant to be there. There's a couple other girls, like Silent Suzuka, who have them that I think are well incorporated, and I feel like it's a missed opportunity to not include them for her. Forever second place, I'm so sorry, girl. Do not hunt me down for this one. I can close vodka. We don't need her open anymore. We have an hour! Look at that! We actually get to get through everyone, potentially, today. I'm doing great. I'm gonna take this opportunity to pause and drink some water, but I'm doing fantastic, actually. I've been locked in today, unusually. By the way, do you know what the next game might be? Ooh! Ooh! I don't? I was supposed to make a poll for that this week, and I forgot! Whoopsie! Let me hydrate. Hang on, I can actually do that right this second. I can make the poll for what next week should be right this second, because I will forget if I don't. Our options for the next series we critique, I believe, are supposed to be Dislight, Limbus Company, AFK Journey / Arena, and then we need one more to put into the options. Why can't I create the post? Can I create the post, please? Create post. YouTube, hello? Am I not allowed? What are you doing? YouTube has like gotten rid of my header for some reason. Come back. Be sure to unshrimp. True. True-mates, take this opportunity to stretch your limbs and sit more correctly. And also take a sippy of beverage, maybe. Not seeing any polls. I'm not polling the chat. It's gonna be a community post on YouTube. Why can't I make a post? Create post. There we go. Thank God. Okay. Text poll. Our options for it. It'll be in the community area and I can link you to it. But I also do it on Twitter. Should be. We did Arc Knights. That was the one that won the last time we polled. But Dislight. Also, Limbus Company. Also, AFK Journey / Arena. Whoops, hang on. And what is the final one? Pokemon Master what? Pokemon would be nice to talk about at some point, especially since there is a new Pokemon game that they just teased characters from. And honestly, despite the way Pokemon has been in my adult life, unfortunately, the games have not been fantastic, other than maybe 1 or 2 of them. But the character designs stay kind of fantastic, potentially. Add a space in that last word. I'm not gonna. Pokemon Masters EX. Oh, that's what it's supposed to be. Mario Kart World. Interesting. Mario Kart. Twisted Wonderland. You know, Twisted Wonderland might actually be interesting to look at. There's not a lot of characters in it. It is a mobile game. That's a, what is it? Is that an Otome game? I think recently I've been learning what the different kinds of like visual novel-esque games are. There's Otomes. I learned that Arknights is technically an eroge, right? Which is weird. I don't fully know what that word means, but it's mildly inappropriate, and I didn't know that. Or at least some origin of, or not Arknights, that's not the word I went, not Arknights. What is it called? The one, no, Ked, nope, wrong, hang on, false. That's not, yeah, Fate is the one I'm thinking of. Fate is the one I'm thinking of. Sorry, I said the wrong word. Apologies. Silly on me. But yeah, Fate is an eroge, which is interesting. I didn't know that. Date Everything. Date Everything might be interesting, but there's so many characters to look at. I low-key, maybe that's what I'll do next week actually instead. I want to maybe do a tier list of the Date Everything characters based on design strengths, because I feel like some of the designs are really good because they're really campy. They're so campy. Some of them are so goofy and on the nose, but I love that for them. But then there are some ones that are also more clever, and then there's some ones that are kind of like just unusual. Yeah, I don't know. Fate originally, yeah. Later releases removed, yes. The later releases did remove a lot of the adult parts from it. Yeah. I did find out about that. But, see, what do I do? Can't wait for the spin-off Date Nothing. That's me! No, not me. I date Joby. I date one, but that's the aromantic angle. Twisted Neverland being unavailable in Europe. Oh, that's unfortunate. Here's my question. Does Twisted Neverland have enough characters for us to talk about it? I see Ace Attorney also as a suggestion. Ace Attorney, I feel like, is one of the ones where, like, we could toss Ace Attorney in. It's going to lose, probably, unfortunately, in the polling. That would be one of the games like Splatoon, where I'd probably have to, like, on my own right, or like Guilty Gear, where I would probably have to be the one deciding we're doing it, because Guilty Gear lost how many times in the poll? I don't know. Emotionally closed? Yes, yes. Are we saying yeah? Oh, air is dateable, yes. 23 students plus teachers and guests, only outfits between them. 22 plus a couple more. Did we do Grand Blue already? We did not, but was Grand Blue? I think the one I feel like Grand Blue is one of the ones I was warned is more inappropriate than I was prepared for, but that might be the wrong game I'm thinking of. Grand Blue is in a Final Fantasy art style. I don't know. Fate's interesting to analyze designs. It's always high highs and absurdly low lows. Oh no. I'm sure there's a dozen. It's not what I would expect for a design ranking though. Identity v Hunters could be cool. God Eater or Turian Odyssey. Grand Blue, some good ones to use. Grand Blue Versus. Okay, I see Grand Blue Relink. Grand Blue Versus maybe, okay. You know, maybe because I'm puzzling over this so much, we just keep it to 3 options for now. We just keep 3 options. We can switch to add other things into it later, maybe. But Dislight, Limbus, AFK Journey Arena is maybe what it is. Why can't I post it? Do I have to add another option? Why is post grayed out? Schedule it? Am I allowed to schedule it? Why is it not letting me do anything? Is it 'cause I'm live right now that it doesn't want me to post? What is happening? Post today, post it, yeah, that's fine. Post it on today. Post it maybe when I'm done streaming, because it won't let me post it while I'm live for some reason. How odd is this? How does this work? Yeah, sure, that's fine. Can't schedule. Never mind, I actually can't do the thing I was trying to do here. I'll publish it, I guess, when I'm not live streaming. It's just like grayed out and not letting me do things. So weird. What can you do? Free-to-play game called Animal Jam. I've heard of Animal Jam. Grand Blue's a few more risque, but generally I think it's pretty much Final Fantasy. That's fair. We've looked at some games that have a little bit of risque design in them. It's not a bad thing. You can have a risque game. But like, we can't look at like Nikkei level of that, or what Azure Lane also. They're just a little too much, unfortunately. Someone rated you that had an art and style of Date Everything. Vil has rated us a couple times talking about that game. Date Everything itself as a game is 18 plus because some of the characters are kind of thirsty. They come on a little strong. Maybe we do just look at them next week. I'll figure it out. Anyways, we should look at Agnes before I burn more time accidentally here. We'll figure it out. Agnes, you are totally so surprising to me in this realm of other character designs because I can do one thing right out the gate for you, which is your silhouette is like no other that I've seen yet in this game. Big old floppy exaggerated sleeves, we love to see it. Silhouette's good. You are symmetrical. But your silhouette is very distinct from the others. Your hair shape is very different with the fact that it pulls in much tighter around your jaw and it's shorter. You've got your big ahoge on the top of your head, big floppy sleeves, big long jacket in the back. Your shoes add something to silhouette. I'll concede. I'll give you it. I know scientists tend to dress pretty symmetrically anyway. It's fine. What can you do? I do, however, think that for both her and... Was it Daiwa who's her kid, or was it... No, yeah, Daiwa's her kid, right? I feel like the eye color isn't doing as much as it could. Her head is plenty focal as is, I will say. So, like, first thing out the gate, the head is very focal to me because of the contrast. Her face is nice and bright, and it's right against the darkness of her hair. They were smart about her shirt color with her coat because the shirt being yellow and not super dark in value with her jacket that is very bright white, it's not causing a high contrast moment, and her skirt is, or not skirt, her jacket is very dark on the inside, so that makes it so that it's not super high contrast with her leggings. So her face, being high contrast, is pretty focal, and I do tend to move almost in like a triangle around the outside of her design, so there's good eye movement happening. Agnes's eye pupil texture does do a lot of work on close-ups. I guess that's fine, because it is interesting. But I feel like this is one of those cases where she either needs darker or brighter eyes again. I don't know. Why doesn't she have pants? She's wearing leggings. You never seen girly pops just wearing leggings as pants? I've done it. Not that I'm a girly pop, but I've done it. She's wearing a long sweater. And she's wearing like plaid or something under. Honestly, this is truly a scientist outfit. Let me tell you, real life scientist, me and my organic chem degree, will dress like this. This is also, other than her sleeves being too long, one of the more lab-safe outfits I've seen for a scientist-type character. I feel like so often, characters have their legs out. I've even seen characters with their toes out who are meant to be scientists. That doesn't fly in the lab. You can't do that. Are you crazy? So for her, other than her sleeves being a bit too baggy, we can just roll them up. It'll be fine. I would approve the bottom half of her design as being possible to use in a lab. Her eyes work better in animation because they make the red more saturated and change her eye shape more. Okay, if that's the case, that would help. I mean, her face is plenty focal already. I just feel like it's missed opportunity for her. And if her eye color is what's deciding Daiwa's eye color, I'd be open to changing hers so they can change both of them so that Scarlet can have a different eye color also. Eyes could be the blue from the jockey colors, maybe. So I will say, we are seeing, I didn't really bring up, and I started and went right to other things. I'm supposed to start by talking concept here. Brown horse, brown hair, checks out. The jockey colors, this jockey has a primary palette, almost in like CMYK, which is interesting. And she does incorporate all those colors. She has the yellow for her sweater. The blue bands, I think, are what the little test tubes on her hip are replicating to create the stripes. And then she has red and blue stripes higher on her arm. Also, I don't know if these are armbands or maybe it's just the top part of her sleeve, but that does check out. I had an unusually hard time finding more images of her as well, because I was going to wonder if she had white feet and that is related to her white shoes, but I actually couldn't find any image of her other than what the wiki had. And yeah, I do see that her eyes are replicating the stripes, which is interesting. She almost looks to me like she is secretly a cyborg, which I don't know if is happening. But if the eyes did replicate the blue from the jersey, that would stand out so much more. And then for both her and Daiwa, blue eyes might be just an interesting move for them. Let me go to color. Wow. Let's see. Because then we get the complementary color contrast. Her hair is kind of orange in undertone, her eyes are blue. Complements. Oh, look at that. I'm looking her right in the face. Red, I mean, if it's really saturated, is probably still fine for her eyes, but the blue is more focal to me. Considered the Phantom Triple Crown winner, dominated every race to such a degree that everyone pretty much agreed he would have won other required crown races if not for the injury. Oh man, that's unfortunate. She buys her clothes online, which is why they don't fit her. Honestly, understandable. Not enough red now. If there's not enough red when we are removing two little things the size of a pinprick from the design, then I think that just means there's not enough red in general. Maybe she just needs more red, period. Where I'm wondering if, it might be too distracting, but they have done a good job making the colors not as intense, but like, if more things had this sort of red undertoned trim on them to add more of that striped feeling, that might help. Just because you're right, I do think that there's not very much red in the design right now, where she could maybe add a little bit more, but I don't know. Check those on Wikipedia, he did have white feet. Hell yeah. I mean, no, she does have red on her shoulders, but you're right that it's not a ton. Maybe she just needs more red spread throughout somewhere. I'm just putting it in random places right now as I'm thinking about it. How we could add stripes of it in a way that's not gonna be super, super distracting. But the red in her eyes isn't really adding that much of it. I don't know. Maybe the little, what's it called, split skirt? I don't think this is a split skirt, is it? I thought this was an open shirt. But it could be. Maybe this could be better served by being that red. I'm sticking it a bunch of places. I'm not saying it should go in all these places, but maybe to increase the amount of red in it would be nice. Bright red leggings would probably be too much. That would be pretty intense. As much as that might be funny as a reference to this band that she wears that is red, although I don't know if she's wearing that red band outside of this particular race, that'd be way too much. That much red would be really distracting, unfortunately. Does look better, stands out a little more from the leggings. That's true, I was losing the clarity of them a little bit to the leggings. So maybe that's Maybe that's just what we need. Get a little more red. I put it on her tie so that it matches what's going on down there, but just a little more red. That's a similar quantity to what we took from her eyes, right? Equivalent exchange. That's fine, potentially. Are there any other elements here that we're missing that could have been transferred over? I feel like Gold Ship is one of the only horses that was referencing like specific riding equipment, where Gold Ship had like a bridle on as like the harness she wore in her clothing. And I'm surprised that most of the other horses aren't, like the headgear they wear isn't referenced in them somewhere. We're like, green, you could have a green headband. I don't know, have green something. Green hair clip. You have something in on your ear to denote your gender, but like not to give someone else a headband. Honestly, for how messy she is, it could be funny to have like a half-hearted attempt at holding her hair back that does go away. Alcondra pasta too, interesting. Line the bottom of her coat with red as well, make the zippers pop more since it's supposed to be significant. Why are the zippers supposed to be significant? I do see the zippers where they are, and they are very odd. They're split up the side. I wonder if this is to make animating for it easier. Intriguing. Her races. Huh? Just got the ear covers for the mask and the hairband white bridle. No, I agree with those things, but I just meant like the bridles themselves. Open in the back for her tail. That makes sense. That makes sense. But the side ones, is there something in particular about that? Are the zipper ends her titles? Won all 4 races she ran in. 4 wins, 4 zippers. 1, 2, 3, 4. So she's got an off-center. What is happening? There's one zipped over here. So she's got like it off-center in the back, maybe for her tail to come through? Intriguing. But yeah, we could try putting the red at the bottom of this trim. So that way, maybe the zipper works is clearer. Oh wait, or did you mean not doing that, but did you mean instead putting red along the edges of the zipper? So like maybe like these little like icons and stuff that run along the side of it? Bring our attention to it a little bit more. Is that what you meant? Might have misunderstood. Like that. Right? Question mark, maybe? Might be a little too much, but yeah. Splits open where the tail is. It does? Yay, asymmetry! That is interesting that that's happening in the back where I can't see it, but I wonder if how natural that reads on a 3D model from the back, where it might just feel like her coat is just sitting like skewed on one side. I don't know. I think overall what we're kind of coming to here is that there are some clarity things that are maybe not working as clearly as they could be, and that her eyes could be more interesting, and that the incorporation of the colors from the jockey uniform is maybe just a little bit lacking for her. That seems to be some of the sentiments I'm gaining from the suggestions you guys have been making. But I'm also feeling a little bit similarly in that her jacket feels a little under-detailed to me. It feels like it's not as specific to her as some of the other girls' outfits are to them, despite the fact that it does have those zippers, which is really particular, and this little band at the top. And I think adding the red trim is helping push it in the right direction, but I feel like she might just need a little bit more. So that's a level of detail thing for me. So let me start grading here. For concept and motifs, I think I'm picking up the crazy mad scientist angle. Was the horse that she's based on considered a mad scientist? Is that like a personality trait of the horse itself? I'm intrigued to know. Got buried. Agnes does have a skirt. That was her shirt. Yeah, we noticed that. Was it for her red eyes? It's more from her character's story. They prefer it just from being a design thing. Ah, that's fair. Agnes is the center of a concert with a focus on hand movements. It's really funny. That would be probably very silly. Probably it's because she had a medical issue. She's trying to cure it. Oh, okay, I see. First push limits to the extreme, which is why Agnes pulled mad scientist angle. Okay, so that checks out. I can see that making sense as a personality interpretation, and also from her struggles that she may have had. Scientific concept. Yeah, I guess that also makes sense. Tachyon is a scientific concept. That checks out. Okay. I would put her here though, because we still wanted more red from the jockey outfit, potentially. For focal point though, despite what I've done to her eyes, that was more partially an excuse. We can do it to Daiwa, but her head is plenty focal without having done that. For her complexity versus clarity, she's got plenty, but I want a little more detail from her. Despite having those zippers, she feels a little non-specific. Her silhouette is good though. She's very symmetrical, but it's very exaggerated in a way that not a lot of the other silhouettes are, and no one else has sleeves like that in any way, shape, or form in this game. At least as far as I've seen. Her hair shape is different, her little ahoge is different, her shoes add to silhouette. She's got a lot of things working in her favor that I'm willing to Stop complaining about symmetry for just a minute. Just a few minutes here. That's fine. And then for color palette, I already took the point off here because the color palette itself, other than the one little clarity thing we're having with her shirt being sort of lost, it gets lost in her hair a little bit up around her neck, her collar, and then her open shirt down here is getting lost against her leggings. Changing them to red solves that, but those are such little details. I don't want to take off any more than a half point maximum from that. But not a bad spread altogether. That was a pretty quick one, I feel like. Did I lock in again? Good work, EG. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, potentially. I think that makes sense. Whoops, I got rid of the horse. Good work, girl. Not too bad. Love her casual outfit personally. Her casual is great. Somebody sent earlier some of the other casual designs from some people. Whoa, wait, Mad Buns is really right. Oh my gosh, in the anime, her face is so much more distinct. She feels so much more specific. This is what I was saying about Gold Ship also. Her eyes are way more focal like this. And the way that her expression is, I feel like it's telling us so much more about her personality. I feel like I really prefer some of the anime interpretations of their faces. Gold Ship, and I think Agnes is in the same boat here. Thank you for sharing this, Mad Buns. I'm with you. The red eyes can stay if they're done like this. They're more saturated. This is a very bone-chilling expression on her face where she does feel a little bit crazier. But I think that's good. That's for a benefit. The movie's really high quality. It seems good. She looks unhinged, and I think that's good. Color theory of the eye fits also. Yeah, the color theory's fine with the eye. This art card also makes her look good. Go for her. Let me see, there were a couple other casual outfits I think we accidentally skipped here. Let me see. Is this Agnes's casual? She's just wearing a sweater. Oh my god, the casual outfits. I get that they're casual. Oh, I like Vodka's casual outfit, that's good. Her boots are cute. Oh, see, I don't know if the anime... Oh, the anime version of Rudolph is... The hair makes more sense to me, unfortunately, either. Mejiro's outfit is cute for the casuals. Oh, I feel like I'm really torn about some of the casuals. I feel like a lot of the casuals are very... They're too casual. They're not specific enough to them, I feel like. Like, this is okay. Very symmetrical, not very interesting. It is casual, so that's fine. But I feel like there's something we could do to make it more interesting as a casual outfit. Vodka's casual outfit I feel like is a little bit more interesting because we're starting to do layering, which is good. That's like the fashion secret, is to have some layering. Daiwa's outfit is almost funny to me. She's wearing sneakers with her very fluffy shirt and patterned skirt, which thematically is a little odd of a combo. Who else did they send me? Here is Rudolph's. Tachyon gives a vibe of, is this the first thing I saw in my closet? It does give that. It's not to say like the default VTuber outfit. The default VTuber outfit is a skirt with a slouchy off the shoulder sweatshirt. But I am also surprised to see that a lot of the girls are wearing pants in their casual outfits. Most gacha games could never. Most gacha games will never give characters pants. So I'm here for this. But yeah, Symboli Rudolph does look like a parent a little bit. She looks like she showed up to that parent-teacher conference. It is casual after all. No, I understand. It is casual after all. But I still feel like, you know, even when I dress casually, there's still personality in the outfit in a pretty good and interesting manner. Where I feel like for the person that Agnes is, we're not really getting a lot of personality out of this outfit, unfortunately, which is sad. I like Biwa's little neck scarf in her casual. There's some decent ones. I do like, whoops, hang on, don't close Tokai, we gotta look at her. But like, I feel like I'm getting Vodka's personality from hers. I felt like I was getting personality from Daiwa, Scarlet's. And then I do like, I see here, was also sent Mejiro McQueen's. I feel like this is very cute as a casual outfit also. This feels a little more specific. This works out for me. Oh, and Top Gun's casual also. Like, some of them are very cute. And I feel like I'm getting so much more of a sense of their personality from the outfits. But some of the casual is just not interesting enough, maybe. I don't know. But this is very cute. Personality, some of their outfits is more from learning about the character themselves rather than from a first glance. I mean, that's fair. So maybe if Agnes is yearning to live a more relaxed life where she doesn't have to deal with being in the limelight and having to have eyes on her, she just wants to have a quiet time to be comfy and that's it. Maybe that's fine. That's a personality thing maybe we're getting from her that I won't know because I don't know her that well. But I still yearn for just a little bit more from her, maybe just a little. Don't go crazy for that. Like it being a bit ripped at the top for Agnes. Was it ripped? If it was, that'd probably be good in the right direction for her. But about that? Oh, what are you guys saying? About that? What do you, huh? Question mark? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, Tokai. Tokai Teio. We gotta look at her next. She has the repeating motif from her father, Symboli Rudolph, her father. Calling things parentally in this game is getting really confusing in my brain. The monarch? Is that what she's called? Let me do the breakdown here. She seems to be very beloved. I love her band majorette inspired outfit. This really chunky double-breasted button happening. Maybe she's won 4 G1s, I'm gonna guess, potentially, although she's got another of those shapes up here. She might have won more, but she's won at least 4 things, I'm gonna guess, based on that. Cross-body sash is very cute. I'm guessing that's how her coat is maybe closed. Her one-shouldered cape, I think, is also a reference to her lineage, probably. The color palette is very nice with the magenta and the pink and the gold and the blue. Very cute all together. She is giving sort of the classic idol personality vibe where she really seems like a go-getter. She seems optimistic and positive. She seems younger than some of the other ones we've looked at also, but it's quite cute. I do see the references to her jockey where we've got the blue zigzag. Blue zigzag is happening across her chest, and then there's a little bit of the peaks happening on the skirt once more. There's pink, although I'm surprised we don't have 2 parallel pink things happening in the design to mimic the pink sleeves. Although I'm wondering if they were having a hard time making that work the way they wanted to, but I don't know. Even in game, she only wears the cape to match Rudolph. That's cute. I like that from a world building standpoint. Also, you know, depending on her pose, it's going to be adding something nice for asymmetry as well, similar to how Rudolph's was as well. She has her blaze that the horse has, and then this is one of the situations where all the feet but one are white, so putting on her white boots, I guess, does also make sense. IRL Teio took off a year off racing due to an injury, came back and immediately won the first race after healing. Good for her! She was thinking about running. In her recovery, she was like, they're never gonna hit them. I'll be back at it, full strength. Protagonist of season 2, when it was leaning more sports anime. Oh, okay. Teio, Special, and Suzuka were the first Umas that were designed. Intriguing. It's why her alt outfit is inspired by a phoenix. Oh, okay. Intriguing. Got 1 white glove and 1 dark one. Oh, does she really? Wait, I didn't even notice that. Oh my gosh, she does have 1 dark glove. See, that's another good little thing. I didn't notice the dark glove because it's having a clarity issue against her sleeve, but that's mostly the fault of the pose right now. I have a feeling that there's some space between her wrist and the hem of the glove, probably normally when she's not posed like that, but I love that. I love to see that. She has a very similar haircut to Haru. She's got different bangs, but the similar ponytail shape, I don't know if it's helping her for silhouette. I feel like despite the things that I am enjoying about this, which is the color palette feels fresh to me, blue, pink, gold, and magenta all together, brown hair makes her head very focal. Also the magenta and pink hanging up here around her face is helping to make sure that there is a very strong upper half of the body focus in her design. There's good references made to the horse. I feel like the sleeves missing is maybe slightly important, but maybe not the end of the world. And then this horse seems to wear a headband also. Do we see the headband? The red and white spotted headband? I wonder if we could have referenced that in her ribbon that she has here, where she has this just very cute little ribbon. You look at it on the horse, it seems to be in this maroon color. I feel like I would have wanted to reference that because it seems like it's something very specific. We could have had just like another piece to the ribbon and then it has that little like white tracking spot in it mayhaps. She does at least have pink on her head though, I agree. She does have her ribbon in the back. Maybe if we didn't do this, where I've done it on the side of her head, maybe if this ribbon that's on the back of her head holding her ponytail up had that sort of pattern on it, that might be nice just as a reference. But honestly, that's probably really picky to even want for. It's not that the design doesn't work without it. It's just a nice additional Easter egg, mayhaps, maybe, if possible. So as far as concept goes, I think I'm picking up what we're putting down. I like the fashion fusion that's happening a little bit here. The boots add something nice to the silhouette. Cape would add something nice to silhouette. She's still pretty symmetrical, but I do appreciate cape on one side, diagonal movement line across her body on the other side. Something happening around her ear that adds just a little bit. We can start the grade here. What? Let me clear this. Her outfit's cool. It is cool. Most of the pink is reference to the jockey's sleeves. Well, yeah, that is what the reference is. But I was just expecting them to go more directly with having two parallel chunks of pink, sort of in the color blocking. But the fact that they don't is probably fine. Skirt is the jockey pattern in the blue. Yeah, it does have that. That is true. I would say color palette. Great. Really no concerns. Silhouette. Still want a little more from her. She's got similar hair shape to Haru, just based on silhouette. And then her skirt isn't super different from the other girls either. The boots are helping, but I can't say that her silhouette is as stand out as some of the others is. It's not bad, but it could use more distinction, maybe. As far as complexity goes, I'm very happy with her level of detail, where all of the asymmetry feels natural. Adding some of these harsher lines also is interesting, where she's got these big round shapes from her clothing and her hair is very round. There's still a sharp edge to her. We've got the triangles in her, what would you call this? It's not an ascot, is it? Kind of, her tie. Triangular shape there. We've got some sharp peaks in her crossbody sash, sharp peaks in her skirt, sharp peaks in the underlayer of her skirt. So for as much as she is round and pleasant and friendly, there's an edge to her. Better watch out. Apparently she's gonna get ya. First, I love her ponytail. Feels different from Haru. It's cute and adds to the idol nature. No, I do agree that it is cute. It does add to the idol nature. I just don't know if it's as distinct. Whips around and flows behind her. Looks really cool when she runs. She's also a dance. The way it twirls is nice. I don't think there's an issue inherently with her having a ponytail, but what if she had, like, you know, her ponytail is all one big piece, which might be related to rigging, but, you know, she's got this big swooshing piece of hair coming off to the side here. And if her ponytail also had, like, bigger pieces that break away from it, mostly the reason I'm saying this is because they both have, like, a one big chunk ponytail. There's not a lot of hairs flying away from it. So, like, if she had more of that happening, I feel like that would make it a little more distinct, maybe. Very friendly, but a monster on the track. So, I think personality-wise, and as what we're getting from the shape language here, is working in the right direction for her then. Yeah, possibly I can see that. Yeah, just add a little more breakup to hers, maybe. Like, we don't want to make it look messy, but, like, if there was just a little more something happening in it, a little more detail, maybe. She does look like an idol. I do agree. I think she would still get full points for concept. I don't really have any issues with the way her concept is presented. For the focal point, her hair being the only thing that is in sort of this realm of color, being brown. It's also pretty dark compared to the rest of everything else. Makes her head really focal, just by color contrast. Works out. But her big old blue eyes, they're so aqua colored, is also focal. The fact that she has all of the brighter pink elements up around her head really gives her upper half focus and her focal points as well. The rest of the outfit isn't uninteresting. It's still very interesting, but we do look right to her face. I'd say she's one of the stronger designs here. Did we give a 10 out of 10 to this game? I feel like 9.5 is the highest we've given, and she is one of a couple of them. I don't even have that many edits to suggest here. Yeah, Mayano does break into a tiny bit on her alt. Okay. I feel like it could use to be that way just in general. Symmetry is blocking 10 out of 10. Honestly, that's probably, I don't remember what held Vodka back either, but that might be what held Vodka back also from a 10 out of 10. But 9 out of 10? Maybe 10 out of 10 in our hearts. But I would say she's overwhelmingly working. Who? I gotta find, I don't have downloaded the final girl who was on the thumbnail. Let me find her. Orfevre? Whoops, I forgot a letter. Hang on. You have to watch me copy and paste her in. Yes, her. Why do you guys keep saying it in Why do you have the ability to say it in italicized cursive? Why are we doing that? I seem very excited about her because she is that. Oh, she is interesting. Okay. Whoa. Her level of detail is crazy compared to the others. Oh my god. Okay. Hang on. Move you into position. Let me find... What do you look like as a horse? Whip. Let's see. If I just Google search her, does it work? Orange Hort. This is her. Gets last shot at redemption. Oh no, in the New York Times. Oh boy. Is she a horse that is riddled with struggles as well, potentially? Last chance for redemption. Or maybe she just lost something. Beautiful but not familiar. Her hair is very interesting. Oh my god, that's a really big image. Hang on. Shrunk. Like a loser? I don't know. I think she released recently in the Japanese version. Oh. Later design, the Tyrant. Oh, her being a later design actually makes me a little bit concerned because one of the things that I am a fan of in this game's design, maybe it's just a personal thing, is how pared down they are. And I feel like her level of detail is getting distracting at this point, and we're having clarity issues because of it. We're like, she's got this crown, which might be good for silhouette, but it's just getting lost against her hair and this crazy ornate thing happening on her ear. And then I'm sort of losing all the detail in her torso as well. There's a lot happening here. Hollow syndrome, as you say. Yeah, she feels like she is leaning much more into... Yeah, they're becoming much more classical gacha designs. They're leaning more into the more detail, more better. And I'm kind of sad to see it. I feel like the designs were at their strongest when they weren't doing that. I can understand, yeah, the light background isn't helping. Let me get the background dark to see if that helps. Let's see what that does. That helps a little bit, but I still feel like just like this general area right here has so many little details in it that it's very distracting and a little bit confusing to me. I feel like these patterns are higher contrast than would be potentially beneficial to them. Same deal with all the contrast happening on her legs and her shoes, too. Let's break her down before I start falling into that conversation. So this is a cold breed. I don't know anything about this one. She has the red and gold of her jockey, although they haven't color blocked her to match her jockey, unlike a lot of the other older designs did. The red is a lot more minimal, although it might just be the outside of the cape and we're just not seeing it on this side of her body. There's gold, but they've sort of... Or gold, there's yellow, but they've sort of pushed that more gold, which is maybe fine. They've done that in other designs. We're incorporating black of it, I guess, because there's black stripes and also black parts of her jacket. Strap is black. I don't know. And her shoes do match her hooves, at least. She does have one white hoof, so she does have one white shoe. That one white shoe is a little distracting to me. She is very regal, I will say that at least. Somebody said she's the Tyrant. She doesn't feel especially... Like, Tyrant implies some level of evil, potentially, but she doesn't feel evil to me, especially. I know we are using black and red, which, as far as color design goes, do tend to push us in the direction of villainy, maybe. But otherwise, like, her shape language doesn't actually... doesn't feel that... evil? She was evil according to her owner. She doesn't feel that evil to me. She feels like... I mean, I guess I could see it if she is like a character who was like drawn over to the dark side maybe and then comes back to the light side later. The brother of Gold Ship, evil according to her owner. The gold is maybe a reference to Gold Ship. The real horse was violent. Oh man, okay. That's wild. Newer Umas I've seen definitely feel more crazy compared to earlier designs. Oh man. Original design looks tyrannical enough. What does her original design look like? Is this not her original? She was the one you guys were saying earlier changed a lot, maybe? Is that what you'd said? Let's see if I can find her original. Original. Whoa, okay, hang on. I actually can't tell what's going on in this image at all. Hang on, it's too small. Oh, it's still too small, so I still can't tell what's going on. Never mind. What is her original design? This is what the wiki lists as her starting design, but I don't think that's what it is. This doesn't seem right. This is just the same design as we're looking at right now. Something of Gold Ship. Son of Stay Gold, called a terrorizer. Oh my god. Let me see if I do original design. Whoa, oh wow. She did look way more like a tyrant. This is an illustration, so it's gonna be different to compare. Wow. She is totally different, actually. That's so small of an image. How do I on Discord have a picture? Thank you, hang on, let me see. We scroll a bit down. Yeah, whoa. I feel like this fits her personality so much more. What the heck? They tried to make her, like, she almost feels like she would fit in this design. She feels like a Utena kind of girly. But like, this is so much more intense and interesting. She feels a little bit delinquent here. I don't know if tyrant makes sense for that, but for her more intense and violent nature, I feel like this is more befitting of her. This is really cool, and totally it's very different than the rest of the designs we've looked at. But it's interesting. Also in a prestigious French race, so they gave her regal French clothing. Oh. I guess that could make sense on some level. But I don't know, this is way more intense. She's a delinquent. I feel like I'm getting more of a read of that personality here. The detail is still just a little bit overwhelming, but the silhouette is crazy here. This is a very interesting silhouette. I am almost sad by what they've done here. The hair is still very interesting in the shape they've used for it, but I'm having clarity trouble, I'm having banding trouble, the color blocking doesn't feel as strong. This feels like they're trying to push down the more typical gacha character design route where, you know, it's very popular to have fantasy formal wear in games. That's very common in the world we live in of the Hoyoverse and other similar titles. But this feels very different from all of those. This is very modern in a way that I feel like fits with how modern a lot of the other girls' outfits are. Too intense for the horse runner. She was presented as a villain in her original design. Ah, stands out a lot compared to other Umas. Okay. Main Uma in the French races. They promote races with Umas even outside of Japan. Oh, okay. Yeah, they may have wanted to follow what was popular. And I guess, yes, also, if the owner was not a fan of how intense this is, that could be understandable, but I feel like there's still somewhere between this, which she feels like, this almost feels like Phantom Knight-y to me with the, or not Phantom Knight, Phantom Thief with the red, black, white color combo, the gold. She seems much more noble here. I don't know, I feel like there's still some in-between we could have reached between this and this. What's the other design we looked at? And the anime, this is like maybe too intense. This is like intimidatingly scary. And the anime is a lot. Is her crown floating? I think it is. They have another evil sibling, Dream Journey. In Musume-verse, Dream Journey is a Yakuza boss. Whoa, okay. I feel like you could drop her into FGO and she'd fit right in. Maybe. This is maybe just a little too intense, but I feel like leaving her here where she's sort of the quiet looking delinquent type is more interesting to me. We already have characters that have this sort of regal aesthetic in the game that I have seen. I do at least appreciate the exaggeration for silhouette. I will say that this is one of the characters I would give full points for silhouette. I don't know. And I pick does look like a representation of a horse known for throwing the jockey off. What is wrong with the Stay Gold children? Why are all of them weird? What is going on with all of the Stay Gold children? We've got Gold Ship, who is a menace, but like more just so goofy. I guess they are staying gold pony boy. Why are they all weird? Gold Ship only liked his groomer. Good for him. Animations really bring out the regal tyrant. Okay, the champion jeans. Yeah, you can't be really, really good at something without being at least a little bit of a weirdo or having some quirk to you. It's equivalent exchange. Can't be really good at one thing without sacrificing something else. I don't know. Gold, she is unironically the nicest, which is wild. Regular regal aesthetic makes sense when you take into account G1 races are called crowns. I do understand that, and the fact that they are pulling in the fact that she is promoted a lot in association with French events. I can see why they might have gone down this road, but I wish that they would have left her in a more primarily dark palette. And I feel like they're not making as good of reference to the jockey uniform as they were before. I don't know. Maybe that's too picky of me. But the things going on here. Silhouette is pretty good. There's some asymmetry, which is something I'm thankful to finally be seeing. One white shoe, we've got the one ear that's sort of covered, although it doesn't seem like that's a reference to the horse. Cape that's really big on one side of the body, some of these pieces of metal chain that are going cross body. Her buttons on her jacket are going diagonally. That all works out. She's finally going to be somebody who gets full points on silhouette. So for what she is lacking in the other things we've sort of been talking about, she is making up for in some level with silhouette. For clarity and color palette, I am taking particular trouble with like this area of her body with all these gold tones that aren't super high contrast with the white. And then there's a lot of really high contrast stuff down here is distracting. We're losing these against her hair and her ear. I'm losing the edge of her face against her hair a little bit as well. I don't know if it's working. It does have the yellow and black stripes from the hockey on her little braces. Oh, on her arm braces? I mean, it's gold, but the proportioning is very different. The gold, I don't know. Copy tamed, apparently. She is wearing a lot of gems. I do see that, which I'm going to guess is probably related to how many crowns she's won. She's got a lot more ornate, like filigree patterning, which might be the other reason why I'm starting to feel the Hoyoverse influence here, in that, man, Hoyoverse loves filigree and really bold pattern work. So I'm wondering if that is related, maybe. Not yellow enough doesn't count. No, I mean, it can still count, because if that was the case, then we couldn't count any of Rice Showers. But I feel like this has lost some of the charm for me as to what was making their earlier style effective. But I'm having some clarity issues. None of them are really the end of the world. The hair needs a little bit more clarity against her face, especially the crown against her hair as well. Some of the gold bits are a little too low contrast in some places, but too high contrast in other places. It's wild. We could just push those patterns back just a little bit, maybe. I can do my attempt at an edit, which would probably be... Let me see, what would I do here? Is this gonna be a add more shadows on her face situation, maybe? Try and make her hair a little bit clearer. Also, the undertone of her hair is still really warm. I don't think I should push it cool because it might be too at odds with everything else. But that could help maybe. Let me just try that. Make it less warm. Make it like... even like this maybe? Might be too extreme, but it might be just interesting just to see. This would be too saturated also. Cooling it off, I think, is helping a lot. Dream Journey's a newer design, still has that simplicity. I think it's just her. Oh, it could be. It could be just her. That is a relief to me if it is just her, maybe, also. Cooler color for the bangs. Feels a little bit odd, but I do think it is helping with clarity a lot, potentially. Hi, Squiiji, how are you? I am good, how are you? Short term, I kind of want Narita Bryan? Sparkles in the skirt are too much. Yeah, so... focal point wise, despite the fact that her hair and her face are kind of nicely framed by her red hair and she's got some dark elements up there, I am looking right here a lot for the focal point because there's just so much detail. There's not as much detail around her face and on her head. The level of detail in here is doing a lot, and then the contrast is so high. We've got white right against black, right against red, and this is where the red is in the greatest quantities, is in this part of the cape here, in these little strips in her skirt, and at the top of her thigh highs that she's wearing. So that's pretty distracting. Her hair, being the only thing that's orange, should be doing more potentially for making her face focal. Someone suggested trying making all of her hair orange. I'm not sure that'll solve it, but I can try. Let me turn... oh, my computer is doing a funny... hang on. If all of her hair was orange, I might have to turn it down. Let's see if that does anything. Or maybe we just leave like a little bit of white somewhere. The horse does have a blaze, so in this case, I might just leave her with like... I don't know, what if we just let her face be framed by 2 little white pieces instead? Because that is probably why her hair is sectioned this way. We're trying to do something interesting with the blaze. But let's see. Just try. You never know unless you try, and sometimes we're wrong, and sometimes I make mistakes and do things that don't work, but it's worth a shot at least, maybe. Let's see. Not the cleanest interpretation either. Maybe. Very extra and it fits her character. I guess that if it's a personality thing, If it fits the character, I could see that. Honestly, that is helping make her face a little bit more focal for me, but I'm not sure I'm content with the way that that looks right now either still. Because increasing the contrast of that is making her pigtails, or not pigtails, her white blaze pieces less focal. Let me get rid of this so that way it's not tinting that. Thoughts? Penny for your thoughts? It's Anna from Frozen? Oh, it kind of is, huh? Whoopsie. Whoops, hey, don't throw hands at me. You can disagree, but you don't have to throw hands. Most of her design it may be on purpose, since she's translated to goldsmith. Understandable, but you can make a character design that has a lot of elements and is a little bit overwhelming without it being so distracting. Like Decora style design, I think, is a good example of how you can have a very highly detailed character without taking away from the focal point of the face. Because with Decora, we're using the contrast of having a moment of rest to become where the eye will land for a focal point. And here, we still have big, flat, plain areas, her thighs, this plane of her skirt, and her face, because her face isn't unique for being a big, flat plane. We're still not as likely to come there. There's just not enough detail everywhere maybe there. I don't know. Want to spend some time redesigning her to retain her important details while simplifying? Yeah, that's how I feel, which is why I don't know. I'm a little stuck here because I feel like I would almost want to start over in some way. And yeah, TM Opera, I agree, is a good example of being over the top and exaggerated without being too much. Let me open her back up. But the fact that she is color blocked pretty well, we were sort of distracted by her skirt, so we were trying to do something about that. But she's so over the top and theatrical in a way that I think works a little bit better. We don't have pattern work that's doing a lot of contrast distraction, although there is a little bit of it. But I feel like this might just be a little too much for me and how much it is. Having circus with that skirt. Opera is a little bit circusy, but she's supposed to be just a little campy, I feel like. Does that mean Goldship is Elsa? I mean, maybe. Goldship is white in color, just like Elsa's hair. I could see that. Now go, Shrewmates, and draw them as Elsa and Anna Frozen. But as far as detail level goes, majority of the details that are happening in the cape and all of that will be removed if we plushify her. And we're not gonna lose the essence of who she is by removing them, I don't think. So I don't think I can actually take away too many points for it, but we are having clarity issues, so I will take some points off for that. I feel like she could have been pared down just a little more, perhaps. Please. Please not that, we just recovered from the madness? What do you mean? Stay Gold was just announced recently, it's nowhere near as busy. Oh, okay, interesting. 5 more minutes? Yes, true. 5 more minutes of Squiiji. Probably at least. I might go over. I usually go over by a couple minutes. Anna and Elsa? What do you mean you just recovered from that madness? What, the almost decade-long grip on Disney adults that Frozen had? How many Frozen movies are there? I feel like there's 2, 3. How many are there? I don't know. I don't recall. TM Opera O tries to act like a tyrant but loves competition. Orfevre lives being a tyrant. Okay, I see. I mean, it is clear that Opera is acting. Hers is really campy and over the top and exaggerated in that way. But I still feel like if we're meant to be taking her seriously, her design still feels a little bit too over the top. It almost feels like a costume still. Where it's, I don't know, it doesn't feel like something somebody would elect to wear? I don't know. I'm not sure. Conceptually, I feel like there's a missed opportunity, is the struggle that I'm having, more so. There's some in between royal, regal, French interpretation and the delinquent. And I feel like they've gone too far to both sides of that spectrum and we haven't met in the middle for it yet. And I think that would be beneficial. For focal points, it's not her face either, unfortunately. It's elsewhere. I don't know. Is her golden crown thing referencing something? That's a great question. I don't know. I don't have that answer. Shrewmates, is her golden crown referencing something? Is it because she's a golden crown winner? I think somebody might have said that earlier. That is the title of some kind of race, maybe? And that she has won it, and therefore she has it? Or is she just the queen of delinquents? 6G1 wins. Okay, so if there's 6 little stars on it. She seems like another legend. 6 is a lot. But It's referencing Elsa Frozen. You're so right, that's true. I am glad you're here and telling me the truth, and you would never lie to me, Shroommates. You only tell me nothing but the truth. You solemnly swear. So the crown references that, I guess, and having a crown to be the tyrant, I do guess makes sense. But it is having a little bit of clarity issue. And yeah, 6 gems. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess there's one I can't see, probably. Oh, the fur is adding a nice little bit of asymmetry. If only I could see it. When I zoom in, there's so much detail happening. She's got her... Oh my god, we said this word earlier. This is my favorite word to forget. Shoulder cap things. Dang it. These things, which, like, are totally fading into just epaulette, thank you. I will never remember the word epaulette. I think I'm cursed. But these are so low contrast that they just feel like it's shading on the shirt from a distance. She's got a collar for her shirt. She's got ribbons in there. She's got this piece of fur that's trailing up around her shoulder that I think would help her to read as the tyrant if it was more exaggerated or had better contrast against the rest of her jacket. This ring, I don't know if it makes sense where it's puncturing through. She's wearing pearls? Sort of just randomly placed around her wrist. There's gold trims on everything. There's a lot going on. If you win all 3, you're a Triple Crown winner. The 3 biggest races for horses of a certain age are called the Triple Crown. Ah, okay. 6 gems to represent the 6 movies that Frozen has. There you go. Good work. Frozen 3, No Way Home, where Anna realizes she has fire powers and becomes a fire princess with a crown like this one. Wait, really? Does that actually, does Anna actually have fire powers? I know nothing about Frozen outside of the first movie. I'm amazed there's so many people who know things about Frozen here also. What is the overlap between Frozen fans and Uma Musume fans? Intriguing. No? Okay. I haven't seen it, so I was fully ready to believe you, but I should know better. You can only enter the classic Triple Crown once as a horse? Ooh, that's terrifying. That's a lot of pressure to only enter once. It was an ancient theory. Oh, see, that would have made sense, but I guess they didn't do that. What can you do? Elsa lives in the ocean now, I guess. That's the only thing I've seen. Analyte, Elsa keeps Squiiji boss. Thank you, that's true. Secret third sibling called Helsa. She's from Hell and hates Elsa. Do you remember the theories that Elsa was gonna have a girlfriend and then she didn't? I remember that. I recall that. Frozen 1 and 2 are only out. Frozen 3 or 4 are being made? They're making 2 more? Crazy. Frozen design review when? Never. It's not happening. The closest I'll come to touching Disney is probably if we do Twisted Wonderland. Disney princess designs are fine. They're very simplified, they're cartoony, they work for what they are, but I feel like I don't have a lot to add to the discussion on any of them, particularly, which is really interesting considering my background comes from character design for graphic noveling and Eastern 2D animation. Crazy. But yeah, I feel like we get really interesting character design from Disney in all of the concept art, and then they sort of just get slapped with same face syndrome and stuck in a 3D movie these days. So that's my thought on Disney. I do think there's still a lot of artistic integrity in Disney movies, even the modern animated 3D ones. But they're too safe. They're entirely too safe, and it's a little boring to me as far as at least the princess movies go. I think the Owl House characters, I don't know, my students were really into that one. Maybe. You love Silver from Twisted Wonderland then? Totem Disney princess. Oh, lordy. Okay. I'm gonna see if Anna Frozen is a good design. I'm not saying they don't have good designs. I don't know. Rise of the Brave, Drangled, Frozen, Frangled, Dragons. They made a live action of the dragon one, and I'm not thrilled about that either. What can you do? I still believe we were robbed of more Atlantis movies. I happen to agree with you. All the movies they took risks in are the ones that got sequels shelved. So, what can you do? Anyways, did we finish grading her? I feel like I didn't fill every category in. What did we not talk about? Oh no, we got everything. Despite my complaints, I do think a lot of my complaints are just coming from a personal fatigue I have in this realm of design. Objectively, it's not a bad design. I just feel like there's some missed opportunities here. So I'm trying to keep my bias out of this. I feel like she could have been cooler. There could have been things that made her more interesting or less overwhelming. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5, fine. I think with that grade, she's the weakest one we've looked at yet. But it's not a bad design by any means. It's still not nearly as visually overwhelming as some of the other characters in other games have, or are, in the gacha mobile genre. And yes, she still does have so much aura, but I feel like, those are the ones I'd want to like redesign and figure out a way that I could incorporate all the same elements and still convey the correct vibe without needing as much to do so. There's something to be said for the skill of designers when they can tell you a lot with a little, which I think is the benefit of a lot of the other Umas. But I'll rest my case. That's not on that. Anyways, horses. Hope you enjoyed our 2 weeks of horsing around. I will continue to horse around on my own time after this week. I'll continue playing the game probably with my sister. And maybe we'll see. There may be other things relating to it in the future, but not for now. Eventually, we will do a tier list of all the characters, but we still have a little time. Oh, that's actually what we're supposed to probably be doing next week, is tier lists. We'll eventually get to a tier list for all of the Umas, which, God, how many are there? How many Umas are there in Global? So we probably look at all of them. We'll get to a tier list one of these days. It might be a couple months from now, but then they'll all get their chance to shine and I'll get a big picture of all the designs in the game. You know what would be smart? Crazy of me that I do things in this order. Wouldn't it be smart of me to critique all the design, or not critique all the designs, do the tier list first so I can be familiar with all of them and see what the series has to offer, and then do the individual critiques after I isolate some that are more specific and more interesting? I feel like that would be the smarter order of operations for me, but alas, I don't do it that way. I do it the opposite way. Intriguing. What can you do? Horse Girl tier list in 2 years? No. It doesn't take 2 years. We just did Wuwa. We just did Wuwa, and we looked at the designs of the Wuwa characters in like January or February, I think. Hi, Edward. Edward's sneaking in right before the bell. Hello. Wuwa we looked at back in like January or February, I think. Oh, it is 6 months later then. And then did the tier list. So it might take 6 months, but we will be back. We won't forget about them. What can you do? But yeah. Don't limit yourself to global. So many good designs around the corner. I could do all of them if there's not too many more than a couple hundred. We'll see. Forever Uma. Uma will come back. Don't worry. We'll see. But anyways, so today is Thursday. I barely know what day it is this week. I'm so confused. I streamed yesterday, so my brain thinks it's Friday. Tomorrow, I'm doing attacks for Art Fight. I'm drawing mostly probably revenges on Shroommates who have drawn me. We're gonna be doing a little bit of pixel art. I might be attempting a drawing that's in a style I've been trying out recently, so we'll see for that. Saturday, I will probably be participating in the Mighty Mouse charity event. We are helping to fundraise for the Immunodeficiency Foundation on behalf, not on behalf, but kind of following in the footsteps of Iron Mouse in support of her. So we'll be doing that on Saturday, and on Sunday, I have already a specific plan where we're playing Gardic Phone on behalf of that with Yam and some of the other fellas that are YouTube VTubers who I am compatriots with. Yes, so it is on Sunday, but it's probably gonna be Sunday, Saturday, and Sunday. So you're gonna get no shortage of Squiiji this weekend. So, thank you all for being here. I'm gonna go eat my dinner. I'm gonna eat some food. But thank you all for hanging out with me and for giving me good information about all the Umas. I hope that I didn't swing too hard at the wasp's nest with any of these, and if I screwed stuff up, you are still welcome to let me know. YouTube Shroommates, I can't send you anywhere, but thank you for being here. So I will, on this note, say shroom you later. Bye! Shroom you later, YouTube Shroommates. Thank you for being here. One day raiding will happen, but that day is not today. I am not that hungry, JH. Not at all, not even slightly. I am but a 3 blueberry tall mushroom. I couldn't possibly even try to. Thank you for being here. Shroom you later. Bye!